Dogs of the deep, dolphin mysteries. Bottlenose freaks, short beaks in the night. Humpback shadows, pygmies out of sight. All the dolphins, you know it's true. Rolling deep in the ocean blue. Stripes and spots, they rule the tide. Water dogs of the deep, they don't hide. In the river's grip, seas endless bounty. Ruling the waves, dolphin Illuminati. Praised by Romans, gods to the Greeks. Underwater rulers, the power peaks. In ocean depths, there counts to 6. Dolphins in the dark, never calling it quits. Striped and spotted in the sea's domain. Aquatic dogs in their own insane lane. Through rivers they ride, seas they roam. In the ocean depths, they make their home.
Well, I talk about insanity, which is what's going on in your mind, and outsanity, which is where you communicate with those outside. As you know, if you give too much of your insanity, they'll lock you up. Well, I tried giving as much as I could. They locked me up. They published it, paid me.
Illuminati, deep, deep, deep in the deep they creep. It's that dolphin. Illuminati, in the rivers and the seas they be a constant mystery. It's that dolphin. Illuminati, it's that dolphin. Illuminati, deep, deep, deep in the deep they creep. It's that dolphin. Illuminati, in the rivers and the seas they be a constant mystery. It's that dolphin. Illuminati, it's that dolphin. Illuminati. Energy. Ain't nobody wanna step to me. If you wanna bring that drama, I'll whoop that ass like Michael Obama. Yeah, I got that big D energy. Ain't nobody wanna step to me. And if you really wanna bring that drama, I'll whoop that ass like Michael Obama.
No, Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
Transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. It's okay.
I whip the beat out like Michael Obama.
We already had it with
I got that
Obama.
deep
So
energy.
let's just calm down.
Nobody wanna step to me. And if you really wanna bring that drama, I whip that ass like Michael Obama. I'm a girl, 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 I'm a whip them thing out like Michael Obama. I got that big, big energy. Ain't nobody wanna step like me. And if you really wanna bring that drama, I'll whip that ass like Michael Obama. Ain't got that clit, bitch. Hung like a llama. I'll whip that dick out like Michael Obama.
The project was scrapped after a prototype was run over by a taxi cab. Although, who knows how many surveillance cats are out in the wild right now? How well do you know your cat? You ever wonder if maybe Kennedy wasn't shot at all? Some claim that Kennedy had unprecedented access to the FBI, CIA, and Vatican archives, all thanks to him being the first Catholic president of the United States and all. During a moment of deep contemplation on a Friday afternoon in Dallas, Texas, Kennedy reached total enlightenment, causing his pineal gland to explode. But if you ask this skeptic, it wasn't enlightenment that this president was trying to achieve.
Conspiracy about Stanley Kubrick, moon landings, and the CIA? Go visit nasacomic.com.
NASAcomic.com, CIA's biggest con. Stanley Kubrick put us on, that's why we're singing this song. I'm NASAcomic.com, go visit NASAcomic.com. Go visit NASAcomic.com. Yeah, go visit NASAcomic.com. Oh, NASAcomic.com, CIA's biggest con. Stanley Kubrick put us on, that's why we're singing this song. I'm NASAcomic.com, go visit NASAcomic.com. Go visit NASAcomic.com. Yeah, go visit NASAcomic.com.
Never a Straight Answer is a 40-page comic about Stanley Kubrick directing the Apollo space missions.
Yeah, go visit NASAcomic.com.
This is the perfect read for comic, Kubrick, or conspiracy fans of all ages. For more details, visit nasacomic.com.
Britney Spears, can we be saved? God, why is Satan controlling the universe?
What we used to think we knew is constantly explore the view. Our possibilities come true, so what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Which is where those bigger mistakes, entertaining, calling linguists, good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies intentionally, magically good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Which is where those mischief making, it's okay to change your thinking, good guys. Good guys, good guys.
Big up yourselves and welcome back to another episode of the Secret Society of Good Guys. We are extra fake and extra gay, and I told you guys we were going to have someone extra gay on, and it was impromptu and not supposed to be Jay. So just so you guys
Sorry,
know ahead
Jay.
of time, sorry. For our first month, for Gay Pride Month, which we it triggers Thomas and I that we don't think the gays get to keep the rainbow. So we're going to talk about all the other things.
We're taking it back.
We're taking
Tonight.
back the rainbow tonight. And we
me.
might talk about some fake and gay stuff too, but not because we're in a parade about it. So welcome, Jay.
Hey.
Parade
welcome.
or tirade.
Thank you.
So many good things to talk about tonight. Ooh, I'm excited.
I know it is
So many fun
interesting
tangents.
when I
This is
really
what-
was thinking about the rainbow throughout the week.
Yeah. I don't know why, but right now I'm just thinking of Skittles and Lucky Charms.
I know. I was thinking Taste the Rainbow a lot yesterday.
Yeah.
Taste the rainbow. It's
fun.
so sexual.
All my okay, here's a confession. All my punk buddies used to call me Skittles because I used to wear colors, and everybody used to wear black and gray and everything, and I was the only one wearing purple and like green and shit, and so they called me Skittles.
What are you, gay man,
Like,
wearing colors?
Taste the rainbow, bitch.
Taste the rainbow in the mosh pit.
Y'all doesn't Paranoid American kind of look like George Clinton?
And fuck you, Kurt, for giving me that
Yeah, kind of
nickname.
George Clinton took the rainbow back a little bit, or
He
that
did.
Yeah, he did.
Really kind of claimed it.
You know what? You could be George Clinton on NBA Jam a long time ago. I don't know if you guys ever played that as a basketball game.
Could you really?
Yeah.
Could you be
Yeah, there's a
Bootsy?
secret code you could put in to be him.
So wide you can't get under it. Burn it down.
Hey.
Hi.
Why can't I hear anybody? What the fuck is going on?
can hear you.
Oh, it's not a Good Guys episode unless we have a little audio issues at the
Yeah.
beginning.
What?
And Gordy was so crisp and so clear tonight. Look at his beautiful
Gordy's on
face.
point.
He's
I'm so
gay as
sorry, y'all.
fuck.
Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Not me. Yes.
Gay Gordy has perfect sound.
King already gets good sound. It's that straight Gordy.
Gay
He's just
Gordy.
fucking a mess. He
Can
can
you
get
sing
his
us some
shit
Elton John,
together.
please? Tiny Dancer.
I remember when rock was young.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Is that the gayest
I should
song
get
you
my-
know?
No. Oh no. God no. I was in musicals. What the fuck, you kidding me? I know lots of gay ass
Yeah,
songs.
we could have gone with musicals when we were trying to post.
You
a-
spin me right round, baby, right round.
I just had Elton John featured in my last masterpiece Mad Libs. I don't know if you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
saw that one, but I made like a image with AI, and the people have to guess, like the artist and the movie squished together into one picture, and so it looked like a John Wick poster, but I put Elton John instead, so it was
Elton John Wick.
Yeah,
Elton John Wick.
I like it.
That's so funny.
That's a good Lisa Frank sticker. Sounds like Elton John Wick.
Some people are from the
With a gun.
timeline that Elton John was straight.
What,
Just happen
what
to have a bunch of
timeline
Lisa
was
Frank
that?
stickers right here.
I don't know. Wasn't he married?
Wasn't he? He was,
to
wasn't
Eminem on Another World.
To a woman?
he? Back
I think
before he was
Elton
Sir
John
Elton
was
John.
married to a
Yeah,
woman.
he was. I
Freddie
think so.
Mercury. Freddie was married to a woman. I don't know about.
How many gays and lesbians are married?
I
and
was
do
gonna
the
have
straight
Ben
thing before
Balderson on
they-
tonight.
they're gay?
Yeah, no shit, Ben. I thought about you today, Ben. I was at Walmart and there was an Arizona pickleball tournament shirt. I almost got it for you, buddy. I knew you'd love it.
Pickleball sounds sexual too. Actually.
Yeah, I know. It's
Pickleball?
totally
It sure
sexual.
does.
I almost bought it just because it was
Is there
just
two
gay
balls in
enough.
balls?
I was like,
There's just one.
It also could be a
Pickleball?
disease. I don't know.
yeah, pickleballs, a good chance
Oh
at.
my God.
I was
got
just
a
thinking
bad
like
case
sticks
of
and stones, you know.
pickleballs, man. I got a bad case of pickles balls, man.
Or it seems
You ever
like
done that?
something that girls would
Salty
talk
balls?
shit and they'd be like, "Ew, that guy had
Pickle balls.
pickle balls."
Ew.
It sounds like something that you develop in the military.
Right.
I like any conversation that has
You
anything
were
to
in
do
the
with
right
balls.
gay place.
Well, you're here.
I
That's what we're
freaking
doing.
love that.
That's what we're
Reminds me of
doing
the
tonight.
whole, "My big
So who
brown
is your
cock
favorite-
Yeah.
balls, put 'em in your mouth.
Did you
Put
guys?
'em in your
So
mouth
since
and
we're
suck 'em
in,
and suck 'em."
Put
since
it
we're
in your
looking like
mouth, in my
the
mouth.
Hollywood squares right
Just put
now,
it in my mouth.
what is your favorite Paul Lind line?
I don't even know who
Anybody?
that is.
I don't either.
You don't know who Paul Lind is? My favorite gay
Who
from
is
the
that?
70s. He was the one that would.
No,
Oh,
I'm
my
an
God.
immigrant.
You guys are missing out. We should.
I'm on super
Oh my God,
lockdown,
Okay.
bro.
so
Growing up.
funny that we never heard Layla drop the "I'm an immigrant"
I'm an immigrant, bro. I'm an immigrant.
I'm an immigrant.
Until Gordy brought up this guy.
I'm trying to give you a high
never heard
five.
say that.
Oh yeah. Oh wait.
All
There we
right,
go.
there we go.
Does it count
There we
that
go.
I was 3 months
Do
old
it, Layla.
when I came to the
Layla.
States? Does it count?
Okay.
Oh, oh,
Nothing.
What?
Now,
Well, now we have to.
There we go.
Okay. Now you got to do.
there you go.
Now
What?
it's
That's
on
Gordy's
the other
favorite
side.
gay from the 70s.
That's
Yeah,
dude, that's
Paul
my
Lynde.
favorite gay from the 70s too, by far, because I grew up on Bewitched, and that was like the
For
one
real,
show
man.
that I always look forward to seeing, even if it was a rerun. And this guy apparently was like the out gay that, as long as you didn't, it was like don't ask, don't tell. Like it was obvious.
He got
but-
away with so much shit on Hollywood Squares. It was ridiculous, guys. You must pull up some of his jokes on Hollywood Squares. He's fucking genius.
I would, but they'd pull us off YouTube.
Oh, true. That's true. Well, do it on your own time.
Yeah.
People.
What's the guy's name?
I grew up on Happy Days, kind
What's his
of.
name?
Happy Days, you know, Rizzo
Happy
and
know,
Monday,
Happy
Have you,
Days.
Happy days.
These
You're
happy
mixing
days
Grease
are
and Happy
going.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I
you
grew
just-
up on that
Rizzo
show.
Two
is
different
a
things.
I don't know
character
why,
from
but-
Grease.
Oh, yeah.
Thinking the
Oh
Fonz,
yeah, you're right.
maybe.
You're
The
right.
Fonz and Rizzo.
You're right. Let me
The
shut up.
The Fonz is gay.
Totally gay.
Fonz is pretty gay.
The Fonz. There you go.
Henry
likes leather.
Winkler's creepy.
No.
Is he?
Henry Winkler's
The Fonz
creepy
is
though.
what?
He's a little fruitcake.
Yo, I like the rainbow.
I love the rainbow.
Like
I know.
like
Oh,
the
hey,
That's funny,
rainbow.
you and I both with tie dye.
I'm just pissed that it was just like fucking
Mhm.
hijacked. Like I love the rainbow.
Tonight we unhijack it.
How
Just
how
fucking
does somebody
hijacked.
claim ownership of all colors? That's fucked up.
I'm pretty sure
So-
that's what like all governments have done across time. That's a joke. It's
So-
a race joke. Yeah, I
Flags and stuff.
I don't know. It's not fair.
So
Like,
how do we
didn't have
take the word fag back?
We're allowed
Tonight
for the
we're
joke.
saying the word fag because we're gonna.
How
be
do we take it
smoking
back?
Six. Okay.
Smoke a
Tonight
fag.
we're gonna take back the word
Smoke a
dyke
photo.
because we're gonna be talking about dams.
Sucking on the butt of a fag, oh yeah.
And we might say LGBTQ, but we're replacing the L with libertarian because it's far gayer.
You
And
guys
now it
ever hear-
actually is.
Yeah, we should like all straight people or like all people who like don't get what's going on with the LGBTQ plus XYZ them and MLP whatever.
Expialidocious.
We should just take back the rainbow and like just fucking wear it and rock it and say this is the straight flag. And it's not the
But then they
LGBT
just
flag,
think you're
but it's
really
the straight
into Greek
flag.
instead, or fish.
And just rock it and say, yeah, straight
I
pride,
don't want
baby.
Pride. I don't want anything to do with the word pride.
You think?
Yeah, you would need like the female
Yeah,
shirt.
no.
Oh, there we go. Let's create a shirt with a rainbow for women that says "I suck dick."
But it could just
It could be for men too.
Oh, and real good.
How do you enforce it to be for women only?
Oh, it can be for whoever. I mean, if you're gay and you want to wear the rainbow,
I'm with that.
shirt that
I'm with
says "I
that.
suck dick," then that's fine. But
I think this is the best idea. Make the rainbow great again.
yeah,
Oh my god, I love
And
that.
That is
well,
the
Dude,
you
that's a
add
shirt.
The 7th color,
Naga.
indigo, blue and indigo.
Make the
Murga?
rainbow great again.
I like that.
It's the best rainbow, the greatest
So, how you guys
rainbow.
been?
If you did
I
make
missed the
rainbows
introduction.
neutral again, it could be mRNA, which would be like an extra fun
Oh,
thing
that's
to promote.
good.
Mm.
Are we allowed to say that word?
Maybe, maybe not.
If you say
mRNA
after it,
XYZ.
That's
it's
so
good
sad.
For you.
It's good for you.
It was good for you.
You're like,
It's very good.
Okay.
Very
that's what we
good
need
for
to
you.
do.
Real
We need
rainbow
to do-
question.
Okay.
Why
Hmm.
is gold at the end of the rainbow?
Because we have gold within us and we are the key. We have gold in our shit. We have gold in our hair. We have gold in our blood. And I think it has everything to do with us and everything under the rainbow. And every end of the rainbow, there is a human that exists at every end of the rainbow. So I think we're the pot of
So
gold. But that's
is
just
the
me.
gold the rainbow's shit?
It's
If
the
it's at the
toilet,
end,
y'all.
if it's the rainbow's
Pot of
toilet,
gold.
The pot, yeah, the pot of gold.
how come we don't see rainbows just like pinching one off? Like,
Do you think it's like a real
Because you have to activate your DNA, so you're like a prism.
That's it.
Well, a
Be
rainbow
the
isn't
rainbow.
even a bow; it's a full circle. But how, depending on how the sun is, angled, that's the length or the entirety of the rainbow you'll see. But it's actually a full circle. But you won't see the full circle because of the angle of the sun and the way it's angled and positioned in the sky at a certain time.
Are there any flat Earth theories on rainbows?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they can only
Flat Earth
exist in a
theories?
flat Earth.
Yeah, rainbows exist because of the fucking firmament. You need a barrier, you need a mirror, you need something to create that prism like
Well,
of
that-
colors.
That
You need
pulls
that
circle
glass there.
from the
above from the
sky.
waters below.
Yeah, when the skydivers are like looking at it, like from the sky, it is a full circle. So that would just be like right off the firmament.
Mm-hmm. And it's
Why
shaped
would
a
there be a
certain
hole
way
in the middle,
too.
though?
So
Why wouldn't it just be a disc of rainbow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
a hole in the middle?
I mean, it's a rain ring
Like a
from
circle?
above, right?
Because
So
it's
how come
not,
it's a
it's
ring
not
because
flat.
it's toroid.
But I,
Yeah, it's not flat.
Toroid.
It's,
I mean, if supposing the firmament
well, I
caused
think
it,
it's round
yeah,
because of the
so
shape of the
let's say the
firmament.
firmament does
Yeah.
cause it,
a
then
dome.
it would be logical for the light to
Uh-huh.
pass through the firmament if that's where it comes from, or reflect off of it from below, and then spread outwards. So that spreading would spread light in a circle all the way around, which we should see the color spectrum in a circle all the way around, unless there's something up there disrupting the light right in the middle, in which case we could expect to see missing light in the middle.
What if it's the black
blue
sun?
dot?
Just a ring.
It's the blue dot in the sun. You know, we talked about this before. Like how
What
I told
if
you, I used to always draw the blue dot in the sun because when you look at the sun, it would have a blue dot.
Mm-hmm.
What if it's the soul,
Dark
the
spot in
whole,
center.
the center of the earth where that, the center is, and Mount Meru and the black sun where it exists, that hole in the center of the earth? It could be that. As above, so below. It's like a reflection, a fractal or something of something.
Could there be like a black hole stuck up there that's like sucking all the light in somehow?
I don't know about that.
Could be.
I don't know. About that. Maybe.
Well,
No.
I don't know.
If someone says could there, then you have to say yes.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. That's a good philosophy attribute.
Could there be a reality where you don't always say yes?
Could.
Like the yes man?
Yes, and
Yeah, so
not a yes man, but a yes.
there's the theory
and.
that blue didn't exist until not too recently. So you
Blue?
would have to imagine rainbows were actually missing the whole blue spectrum to them, if that's true.
Does that include indigo or just blue?
That would include indigo because it's got blue in it. Indigo would be a different color because it would be
Well,
missing.
then wouldn't
one of its
violet be there?
elements.
Violet would be missing too because violet.
Well, it's not that they would be
mixture.
missing. It's just that they would be a different. They'd be in a different spectrum. So they would. It wouldn't be violet. It wouldn't be blue. It would be something else altogether. It'd be violet and blue without. I mean, yeah, violet and blue without the actual, or violet without the actual blue. You know what I mean?
I just feel like because if you, I don't know.
And that's probably also. So I'm gonna share with you guys like a theory I have about the color spectrum. So. Like I said, there's many articles that people have started to write on the internet talking about how blue didn't exist in antiquity because there's no actual reference to the color blue going back only a few hundred years. And my theory on this is that, and this also relates to like gold being last in line, in the rainbow or whatnot. Light goes through a color spectrum shift depending on its intensity. So if it's less intense, like in my house, I have all these dim, antique looking orange glowing lights. You know what I mean? Like a candle light. But when they're brighter and hotter and more intense, then they start to change in color. And it's only due to the frequency narrowing and becoming hotter and brighter. So it goes from like a red spectrum into a yellow, into white, and then eventually into a whitish blue, and then into a blue, which is the hottest. So that could account, like let's say our sun is actually going through a color spectrum shift. If that's true, then we should see historic records or examples across time of people depicting a sun the furthest back as being red, and then a little closer in time as being orange, and then a little closer in time as being yellow, and then today as being white, and then tomorrow being whitish blue, and then the day after tomorrow dark blue.
Seizure time. Well, I wonder though, like, were the skies always blue? Was the oceans always colored blue? Like, does it have anything to do with the sun and the sun changing or having a different sun in every era? Or every 2,000 years, like a new sun is born or a new sun is, I don't know.
Well, if the color of the sun, just supposing, if the color of the sun does change or go through a spectrum shift, then all colors that we experience down here would also change. So the sky would not always be blue, and the ocean would not always be blue. Actually, in antiquity, the ocean was described in some of the earliest records as being wine dark or reddish black.
Really?
And you're saying it's because of the idea is because we had a redder sun, or the spectrum
Yes.
is more
a
red.
bigger sun too.
Bigger sun, yeah.
Yeah, so it's more diffuse and much larger.
Right.
Just like if you had a flashlight and you spread it out, it would become bigger. And then when you focus it, it gets smaller and smaller, which is also interesting too, because
It changes
like
the spectrum, right?
Yes, and there's on the news, they've been talking about how the moon, academics is saying that the moon is getting further away, and that's why it looks like it's a little smaller than it used to be.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I don't believe mainstream anything anymore. Fuck that shit. Like literally. This moon.
If the sun,
moon looked so huge the other night. We were talking about it last week.
Ridiculous.
Right.
It was crazy.
Compared to like how it normally looks, or compared to how it looked when it was huge 50 years ago.
Oh,
I feel like
well,
even as a kid, it wasn't as big as it is now.
Yeah, they used to describe the moon as looking like cheese. I don't see a lot of white cheese. I know it exists, but you know
yeah,
what I mean?
it's
Like,
strange.
I think of yellow when I think of cheese.
Well,
Well, when
Swiss
you
cheese
do-
has like the holes in it, so I would think that I always thought it was.
They just
they're talking
compared
about
it.
that.
Cheese
Yeah.
moon, Milky Way.
That's
Right, there's all
sacrilege. I
space,
feel like all
milk
Italian cheese
symbolism.
is pretty white.
Well, the newer the cheese it is, the more
Asiago.
white it is actually. So
Mm.
old cheese is more yellow.
You know what
Fun
color
fact.
they don't give enough credit though?
hard
They say
cheese.
red, the red sun. What about orange? Like, oh, even us humans, Chaney even discovered this and it blew my mind. Like, we humans are the spectrum of orange. Like, orange man bad. Like, the
We
whole
see you,
idea about orange.
Everyone's ignoring orange. We see you.
Yeah, we see you, orange. There's something about you. There really is. They're ignoring you. Orange is the new black, like orange. There's something about it. Right, Chaney?
No other word rhymes with it.
She's munching away.
Door
the
hinge.
Illuminati uses a lot of the orange symbolism too.
Mhm.
Referring, I think it's because they connect orange to the survivors of the last apocalypse who lived into the orange age.
You
the
know
golden
that's
age.
trying to trigger me.
But back to that whole. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go.
No.
I have the attention
Finish.
span of a fly right now.
Go.
Well, I was just going to say back to the whole idea that blue or other colors didn't exist, but that, that kind of ties into something that we've been talking about a little bit. Like when I was younger, I was one of the only people I knew that dreamt in color. Most people dreamt in black and white. And
I always dreamt in
that
color.
used to be a sign of
I always
craziness.
dreamt the color. Really?
I know. Yeah. They said, like I've had a couple people tell me that only crazy people color in or dream in color, and I was like, what the fuck? So we've talked about this on another episode where Chaney said, well, maybe like when they introduced color into television, that's when people started dreaming in color. So what if we're just kind of unlocking our own perception? So maybe the blue was always there. It's just had to be unlocked.
This
for us
is
to see it.
actually like
See
a
it.
weird HV thing, human vibration. Shout out to HV. She believes the world used to be sepia tone, and like it was
Yeah, I
like we
think
had
so
a
too.
black and white palette, and that's all we could see because the light of the sun. She doesn't go into the sun. I don't know if she's simulation. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but it changed it from black and white to a sepia tone, and then colors were slowly added, almost like that movie Pleasantville.
And The
You
Giver,
know?
and freaking
Yeah.
Wizard of Oz, and like a million other movies.
Mhm.
They start
lot
off
of
in
them.
black and white, and then they slowly start introducing color.
I mean, if we're
That might be
taking
a thing.
votes, I feel like I believe in color. I think that color always kind of existed.
Well,
Mhm.
that's the thing.
Depends
is
on the
that
light
it
source,
Not
did,
to
it
though.
be
was
the
just
devil's
perception.
advocate, I believe
Yeah.
The
in
light
big
was different.
color.
So if
I
the
think
light changes, the color changes. If you don't have any light, you don't have color.
That is
So
correct. That
in
is
a
correct.
room with no light whatsoever, your green apple is not green. It's just an apple. There's no color at all, because it has to have, the definition of color has to have light to refract off of the pigment. If there's no
What?
light, there's no color.
What if real simpleton, like the languages, the symbols, the everything? What if it's like a war of colors versus colors? Like it's not black and white. That's the easy like part, but there's actually like a blue god and a red god and a purple god and a
Mhm.
yellow god. Like, or these other colors don't exist, but like blue and red had a baby and it was purple.
So is that how
Because
you
aren't they
deal with the
also
Bloods and Crips?
frequencies?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the frequencies, like you have to learn it in color theory, but it's like the easiest one for me was always Roy G. Biv,
Yeah.
which is red, orange, yellow,
Green, blue, indigo,
violet, and then anything above violet is a higher frequency than we can see, hence the name ultraviolet, meaning it's above violet in that spectrum. But that's basically that also works out in engineering because those different colors represent the amount of power it takes to create all those. So like red is the easiest to create. So if you ever like a lot of old electronics, they would just have red LEDs in them and no other color. And it was only until very recently that they started to be able to make blue and white LEDs because they required so much more power. And they just, I think it was like 20 years ago or something, someone cracked that code, and now everything's got freaking blue LEDs in it. But at like that, those frequencies always work that way in any context. At least the reality that we exist in is always Roy G. Biv.
What about infrared?
Well, infrared would be under red. So those are things
That's
that are
kinda like
so if Roy
ultraviolet.
G. Biv is the spectrum, infrared
Yeah.
is under the red, and ultraviolet is over the violet.
Ultraviolet, right.
So you
I
know
was
how
gonna
like
say,
you're,
so it's the other end, right?
if
Right.
you're in a black light room and you're walking through a black light room, how everything looks a different color. Essentially, if the sun, if we go by the science, let's just say the science they tell us, it's a big, huge ball that's going through this growth process that may have been different colors. So if our main light source, like a blue blocker is almost, or let's just say a comet hit the ground and dust particles flew up into the atmosphere, and it took hundreds of years for those dust particles to settle. Could it have been a very brown sky, which might have been a sepia tone sky? Like if the first people that came out of the caves after the comet hit, after red Kachina, blue Kachina, the first Hopis come out, it might have been a very black and white existence. The same way when you look at winter time, there would have been no leaves on no trees. There would have been nothing that bloomed. It would have just been black and white. And as the dust starts to settle, it would have been a sepia tone color only. And then as everything starts to grow back and the birds start to breed and the butterflies and then color starts to show up.
There might be some exceptions to that though, but what about like bioluminescence? So that's a case where it's not light reflecting from the outside sun that adheres to those same
emitted.
rules. Now you've almost got like an additive light aspect where you could potentially have blue or green or some kind of vibrant color, no matter what the sun or the atmosphere looked like.
Well, it would mix with that, whatever that was, right? It would work with it.
I would add to it, the bioluminescence is all creatures that lived without the sun. So we have bioluminescence in us. And so that's almost proof to me that we came from inner world as opposed to somewhere else because of the bioluminescence. So the other creatures with bioluminescence would be like a scorpion, which a scorpion used to be the creature at the deepest dwelling of the sea. It was enormous. So it would have been bioluminescent, like those weird anglerfish you see with their lights in front of them.
They are
Or or
violet,
the
though.
duck-bill platypus, which there is nothing you can do to convince me that anything on Australia isn't just meddling of human meddling. Everything there that's a science project. Like that's
Monotherms are the weirdest thing ever, man. Modern things are just don't
AstraZeneca.
fit.
Whoops, did I say that?
Whoop. I lost Layla again.
Well, I also have another theory about the sepia tone too, and I like you were talking about the dirt going into the air or the dust and stuff like that, because I think that there's a firmament over the world, and if there is, then the world would develop more and more pressure over time, and then if that's true, then there should be a pressure release of that stuff too. So if there's this pressure release, as I theorize, then that would create a world storm, and that would create increased buoyancy, and objects would float and stuff. So all of the world's sand and dirt and other things floating up, and then basically all that dust mixing with the atmosphere. And then on top of that, you could also get an orange light. If that happened, then it would create fog instantaneously. The air would just rip apart, and it would create precipitation in the form of fog and mist and stuff. And if the oceans were introduced, and suppose that cosmic electricity ran through the ocean, it would release all of that sodium into the air, and that sodium could mix with the fog, creating, if that fog was electrified, a sodium vapor light, which is orange or brown in color, actually.
There's something even
That
in
is
the
all.
fog and vapor of it all. And then you think of how many stories that there's myths of like it raining frogs or it raining fish or it doing these things. So if they lived in this time that the vapor was actually thicker, that there was this fog potential because it hadn't all dispersed yet all over the planet. If something catastrophic or just big and sudden all at one time, if you took the lid off something, it makes a vacuum, like everything would come up. It would be a crazy storm. We hear you sometimes, but it sounds like if you whisper at Alexa and you say, "Hey Alexa," she whispers back at you.
Wow.
What the fuck is going on?
This is the
Gay.
This is so gay.
So gay.
Can you guys
So
hear me?
gay.
Can you guys see me? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound
No,
fun.
yeah.
I don't know. You guys keep cutting off. It's and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? So I took it off Wi-Fi and let's see what happens. Maybe my Wi-Fi is just not. Yeah. Okay, now it's good.
Wi-Fi is never going to work. This is just a tip to everybody that's holding a microphone in their hand. You have to hardwire. You just have to hardwire. You have to get a 50-foot hardwire, a 100-foot hardwire. You might have a hardwire that drives people crazy for a little while. Sometimes you tell them, "Don't worry, I'm going to unclip the hardwire," and then I'm going to unclip it, and you unclip it a few times, and then the times get longer and longer in between, and then eventually you just have a hardwire across your house that you're like, "I need to get a rug to cover this hardwire." Anyways, but it really is everything. But Lucy Rose Up is excited that you're here. Hi,
Yes.
Laura. Hi.
I love you all. I love you all. I wish I could type. I'm getting my computer fixed, so I'll be able to like type to the chat, but I can't right now. It's like physically impossible. Yeah.
It's all happening. It's all happening. It's June.
Oh yeah.
That was so gay.
It was.
What is real quick, just like in the way that if we're allowed to use gay, like really derogatory, how you used to be able to use the word gay.
90s gay. That's what I call it.
90s gay. What is
Like
some
snapping
stuff that
gay,
you
right?
think is like so gay now that you're just like, come on, everyone? Can we
Libertarian Party.
What's so gay now?
I would
Starbucks.
know when I say it.
I think corporations. I think just as a blanket term, corporations are gay.
Yeah, that's gay.
Are you allowed to say this word? Can we say gay-tarded now?
I like that actually. You gay-tard.
Yes, has it? Have
Yeah,
we
you're just
passed
putting
that
2
point?
things together.
Have we just gone
Gay-tard.
so gay? We're just gay-tarded.
Oh, we're gonna make.
Gay.
Okay. Hold on. The gay that was gay is not gay-tarded. The gay that is today is gay-tarded. Like literally gay-tarded.
You're here.
Like, cause it's not even gay.
Yeah,
I
I don't even
like
know
the
what
old
it is
school gay.
anymore.
Yeah,
I knew
it's
what the
just
old gay was, but
I
I
like
don't
them.
even I don't even know what
everyone
is
was
what
cool with the
anymore.
old gay. Like it took a minute, but like everyone was cool with it. All right, you gay, cool, you know. But then all of a sudden, I'm a cat. What?
Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
know.
furries are
It's
totally
like,
gay.
Why did this
yeah.
all stuff
I'm a
become like
cat.
part of the gay movement at all? Like, why did the
For
gays
real.
accept this to be part of their nonsense? This is why I
It's
It
want to
should be
make.
part of
hey,
Ringling
Look at, I'm
Brothers.
saying this now. I
Where did
already
it
said it
go
off
off though?
air. I want to say it on air. As the official spokesperson for all lesbians, we no longer want to be part of the LGBTQ. You can start it at G, and we want to step the fuck out of that train. Everything else behind it seems very male oriented,
Right.
and also it creeps into children. I don't want to mess around with any of that stuff. So you can replace the L in LGBTQ with libertarian. So
I was
that
gonna say,
is
is
it'll
that
be
what the
asterisks
Freemasons said?
or something.
No offense, Thomas, but is that what the G is symbolized for? Gay.
Maybe.
Gay.
it is a butthole. If you look at
It's the G
the way the
spot.
compass is, yeah,
The gay architect.
it is the prostate.
Yeah, probably. It has its own. You see, men have their own crown, and women have their own crown when they birth. Like the crowning sensation of crowning when you're birthing a child, and that like the whole crown, like you're a king and queen, you know. And then men have it in the a-hole, like an actual. It looks like a crown right in the anus. The
Does it never
anus.
look out
The
though?
Masons do have lots of rainbow symbolism. I believe Job's daughters, their actual
Oh, yeah.
logo, I'm pretty sure is a rainbow, and then Eastern Star they use
Eastern
all the
Star.
different colors.
Oh, they do.
And
Yeah.
the
Uh-huh.
International Order for the Rainbow for Girls, which is the Mason's daughters, it's all rainbow. Each
Yeah,
color
Job's
represents a
daughters,
different
I think.
thing. Well,
The
rainbow
Rainbow
girls.
Girls.
The
Yeah.
rainbow girls.
So do you think it was a kind of a hijacking of the chakra system?
That and energy and frequency
What is the
and
Rainbow Girls?
It's a secret society for girls, and they're generally daughters of Masons. You have to wear dresses. You get initiated, and it's like 4-hour long initiation where you walk 3,000 laps around the room, and each color represents a different word. So red is love, orange is religion, yellow is nature, green is immortality, blue is fidelity, indigo is patriotism, and purple is service. And those are like the big words in Rainbow Girls. Like those are the virtues pretty much. And white is like the virgin color, and they talk about it a lot. It's about maintaining your virginity and all of
Your
that,
purity.
but your purity. Because when you
That
mix all the
sounds
colors of the light
evil.
spectrum is
I
white.
hate that. That sounds terrible.
Well, also
What
another
horrible
thing,
values.
in Christianity, there's a movement
Saving
and like
myself for Jesus.
like a sleepaway thing that happens, and there's like a children's version of it, but it's mostly for adults, and it's called De Coloris, which is just the colors. And so like the first day they are like silent, and the second day they fast, and the third day they confess, and the fourth day, and it's like they all go through this retreat together, and it's really spiritual for people. And I've heard a lot of awesome stories from it, and I've even heard a lot of miracle stories from it, like wild tales. And so sometimes I just wonder if the gay movement took the rainbow from Christians, like if it
I
was a
want
Christian slight before it wasn't anything.
I kind of
I
feel
bet.
like it's related to animals at Walmart, basically. So, like, I was with my son at Walmart, and I was like, a long time ago, animals were not allowed in stores. That was just You're just not allowed to have animals in stores. But then some blind people came along, and they had dogs, and they needed those dogs to see. And my son's like, okay. And I'm like, reasonable, right? And I'm like, he's like, yeah. And then I'm like, well, then some other people that felt like, their disability also needed an animal and some help or whatnot. They petitioned. They said, hey, we also. And then some depressed people, and then some people with anxiety, and then some people that yawn too much, and then some people that whatever. They all started getting dogs, and pretty soon the whole store is just full of wild animals for different reasons.
I really want to know why.
It's gay. Service animals are gay. They're so fucking gay. Service animals are so fucking gay.
So emotionally support weak.
Anything that comes up, we're going to officially determine if it's gay or not. Every single thing.
Every single thing that comes up. Service animals are faking. Like, we all have to look at if it's faking gay, we all do this.
Yeah, service animals are gay.
No, but for real, I just think the service animal thing is out of control. Get it together, everyone. Get it together. It is out of control. You're taking it away from the people who actually need it.
They can literally register an animal so that a
You
teacher
could do
can
it
bring
for
it to her
anything.
classroom. Yeah, and it's like
service animals, gay.
They're lucky I'm not old enough
Gay as
to go
fuck.
back into
It's
school,
easy as
man.
fuck.
I would take such advantage of that. just for fun. I'd have a support crocodile, or
It's all that is probably a thing. So eventually I can act like I'm your dog and I can be your support dog, and you can take me around and do this weird
oh my
stuff.
god,
Did you ride in the car over there?
That doesn't even sound far-fetched these days.
No, there's people that dress up in dog
Really
masks
weird.
and
Nope.
they live in a cage.
This is happening in like middle school. Middle schoolers are now identifying as furries, and they're coming to school
What?
with tails
Shut
and
up.
fucking ears. I swear to
Shut
God.
up.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm in a conservative area, a small school.
I wonder if the
but it's
furries
happening.
are like, you're appropriating our culture, or if there's a furry, people actual furries. The furries could talk.
Gays were gay. I remember.
They need
when
AI
I was
furries.
young.
Well, it's
There are
interesting
Chuck E.
because
Cheese.
it's interesting
Chuck E.
because go ahead.
No. I was just like, Chuck E. Cheese is AI furries, and it's so creepy. And I used to sit next to kids, and I used to think, these kids are so gay-tarded. How can they think this thing is real? The kids were like, oh my gosh, blown away by the animatronics. And I was just like, this is not, how can anyone even believe this? Anyways, go on.
Especially when you could hear every movement, it would be like.
Did you guys watch Five Nights at Freddy's?
Yeah.
I liked it.
Wasn't horrible. There was a Nick Cage one that wasn't
not
too bad either. That
natural
was
looking.
the same premise.
I liked that one, the Nick Cage one.
I need to watch it.
I haven't seen Freddy's or Nick Cage one.
Shout
you
out to
gonna
my
say something,
Frazzle
Layla?
Drip Funhouse comic, which is basically Five Nights at Freddy's meets Frazzle Drip.
That's what it does seem like. That's what it does seem like. Oh my gosh, yes. Disney adults are so gay. And I actually have a friend in town
It's
visiting
disturbing.
with her family, and they're just a good
I'm going to
American family.
Disney. What are you trying to say, Chaney? I'm going to Disney.
Disney
I
know,
adults.
you know,
Going to
Disney adult.
Disney
Yeah.
and
With
being a
Disney
Disney
pictures
adult
It's
is a
different.
You're like,
totally different thing.
Disney. I know a couple
Disney
Disney adults, and I'm
tattoos,
like,
Disney stickers. They have every Disney
Those
movie.
people.
every
Disney.
post is how much they
They
love Disney.
go on plans, and they're like, so me and I just have a week off, and I can't wait to go to Disney all by myself.
Oh yeah, nah.
Yeah.
There's people that are obsessed, and now I kind of think Disney adults, all those people in your life, you guys, if you have a Disney adult and they are obsessed with Disney, and you're like, oh my gosh, now that you mention it, they always just happen to go to Disney during June. It's because they're gay and they're in the closet about it, because In June, the entirety of Orlando becomes the homosexual capital of the world. And it is so gay. Hotels become like exclusively certain types of gays. Each theme park has a different day of gay.
We also
It
have
is
like an
so
Anne
gay.
Frank exhibit called Pulse Nightclub, or at least what used to be there. So it almost turns into like a national pilgrimage for LGBTQ. That first they go to Disneyland and then they go and they look at the remains of Pulse.
And they have to put their hand on a wall.
And
get
there's
a
literally
little rainbow
Wendy's right
tiny
next
flag
door,
on their
so a lot
head.
of the time they go and they grab themselves a Frosty after they're done with all the wailing at the wall.
But it's just June. It makes me a little upset for the month of
You're
June.
joking, right?
No,
Did you just make that
no,
up?
this is
Oh
all
my
real
god,
life.
you're serious?
No,
It's like a mile
everything
away
we
from
said
me,
What
serious.
the actual fuck?
This
That is
all real life.
so
How many
And-
times have all of you
Gay.
Pretty
been to
gay.
Disneyland?
It's at an
pretty
intersection.
gay.
There used to be an
I've
Einstein
never been.
Business there, and they got taken over by like a pool company or something. And then there's like a Wendy's caddy corner. It's like
Paranoid's probably been the most.
I've been to Disney
Yeah.
World. How many times have you been to Disney World?
Never.
Or land.
Well, I mean,
I've
I worked on property at the park, and so I mean, if that counts, because I used to go on.
No,
the
that doesn't
rides
count.
at, like,
It has to
lunch
be like you choose to
Actually
go.
going. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Maybe
think
like-
I've ever
maybe
chosen
like
to go to
30
Disney thing.
times.
Yeah, I've been more times
Wow,
than I can
okay.
even think of.
I'm
Like,
so
even
excited because I've
fathom.
never
World.
been.
I've been
Like
to
this is
Disneyland
like
a lot.
my
When are you
inner
going?
child in
Stayed
July.
at every hotel.
That's
Oh,
fine.
good. You're going in a good month.
Oh, good.
Those gays will be all out of there by then.
Bye.
Go get the fast pass.
Bye.
dude, and then
Bye
get
on
in
the
slow
single
line.
lane. On the
Bye.
single lane. Bye, queen.
I love Disneyland. I've been a million times.
I do too. I love Disneyland.
I will just
as
tell
well.
people about Disneyland. If you've only been to Disneyland and never been to Disney World, you've never been to Disney.
I've
What's
never
the
been
one
to
in
Disney
Orlando?
World.
The
Is
one
Disney
in
World?
Disney
Orlando,
World.
no
Yeah.
joke. This is real life when I say this. Disneyland is the size of a poker chip. Disney World is the
Mhm.
size of a poker table. That
Mhm.
is
See,
the
I've-
difference.
That's also
I've had-
like you got to be rich to go there. And
Now,
In Orlando?
to
unless
see
you're
the
a
whole
Florida
place,
resident.
you need like a full week to really.
Well,
see
because there's like
everything.
5 or 6 parks now, if you count the
Yeah.
water parks, because it's got Animal Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood or MGM Studios.
You
Magic
you can't see
Kingdom.
everything in a week. There's no way.
Huh.
You can.
no
You just
way.
go. You like because
Especially
the way they
considering ride
set it
time.
up, they set it up. You stay in one of the hotels, and it's its own city that has its own free buses and its own thing. So they set it up in a way that every part of your day can be Disney, and you can get a pass at any one of the parks. So let's say I go to Disney World, I can get a 3-day pass to MGM, Epcot, Disney World, Animal Kingdom. Like I can see those in 3 days, and so
Park Hopper Pass.
you don't go to Disney all day. You're like at Disney for 4 hours, go back, and you might do some other Disney, Typhoon Lagoon for a little while, and then you'll go back to Disney at night.
But if you go to Magic Kingdom for that day, there's no way you're even doing like a quarter of what you could do. So like you're probably gonna hit maybe 5, 7 if you're really lucky, split between shows and rides and whatnot, because each one might be 45 minutes to an hour wait. That's your whole day. So like even if you get that 3-day pass, even if you use the whole 3-day pass just at one park, you probably still wouldn't be able to do everything at that one park.
Unless you have a friend in a wheelchair, then
I
you
swear
definitely
you,
can do
Jay,
everything.
I was thinking this the whole time because I used to have a buddy named Ben, and he like healed from some childhood leukemia or something. And so he had all the tubies and all the certificates and everything that he needed. And so he realized he could just sit in a wheelchair and put a tube out of his shirt, and we could get the wheelchair, and then we got to walk onto the front of every single
Yes.
ride.
I hated
And
that when I was growing up so much. I was so
like,
jealous. I'm
aren't
like,
you
"Look at those."
nervous? Something bad's gonna happen. He's like,
Can
something
you
bad
pay
already
to cut the
happened."
line? Can you pay to cut the line?
You can pay.
Yeah,
to do
you can get a
anything.
fast pass.
Mhm.
You can get a
Ah,
fast
Yeah,
pass.
you don't have to
so
pay.
that's a smart way to do it.
You can
You
go
can
to
also
just have
every
little
single line
kiosks
and you
just
check
go-
in.
You just go like
and
reserve your.
Then you
spot.
get a like notice that your time in line is ready, and then you get to walk in on the fast
and you won't
pass
be
line.
ready when that time comes. I promise you.
Probably
You're
not.
even. You're gonna rush.
You do that all through like an app now. You almost like reserve it in advance for like when you're going to be there, and you schedule it. There's another hack that I don't think it works on all the rides as much anymore, but you can, for a lot of them, you can go as a single rider, and a lot of the time the single rider line, it's not even the same line that like everyone else gets into. Sometimes, like one of the examples is the Rock and Roller Coaster, which is a little bit dated, but their single rider line is on like the side of the building, and you can go up and just like enter immediately. And basically every time there's a group and it's like there's 7 people in the group instead of 8, they'll pull one person from the single rider line to stick in there. So a lot of the time, if you don't care about riding with all your friends, you can hit a lot more rides by doing that.
I wonder if there's like a super VIP like pass that you can even surpass those people and just, you know, show up at every door or every line and say, hey, like I'm the super VIP, like I cut
The
everybody.
more money you pay at Disney, the more
33 Club.
of
Yeah,
that you
right?
get.
Sacrifice the child for that one.
So
You have to throw
so
a child
Thomas,
to a
how did-
gator for that one.
Here,
Yeah,
you can
how
have
do
my
you get in-
child.
So my Disneyland experience, I've only been to Disneyland, but I have sung there a bunch every year in high school. That was it. Like, so the last time I think I've had maybe one.
Yep,
one
Thomas
other,
thinks
but-
it's gay.
Did you go to high school in
But-
California?
If that was the question,
Captain
he thinks
EO
it's
was
really
like
gay.
the last time. Pretty
I
good.
Wow.
love Captain EO.
That's the number one reason when I hear people talk about VR and how VR technology is going to take over the world. I was so young and I went to Captain EO, and after Captain EO outside there was like a room and they had a VR headset you put on. It was no different than every single thing. And this is when I was a
Yep, I remember
child. This
that.
is when Michael
Yeah.
Jackson was black. This is
Uh-huh.
how far ago this was. So it's just like wild
Same.
to me every time they keep trying to sell us these loops like electric cars are going to take over the world. I'm like, I have newspaper clippings from like the 50s that are like, this electric car gets 45 miles to the gallon. And it's
Yeah.
just like, how many times are they going to do this to us?
Yeah, when I was a
Yeah,
kid, the same thing. I went on a school trip, and it was like to see the Nutcracker and like VR and like 3D and stuff like that. I'm just like, oh wow, this is so cool. It's a huge headset, the most uncomfortable thing ever. But yeah, it was an interesting experience. I was like, what, 8, 9?
I'm saying it right now. VR headsets, gay.
Gay.
Do you guys remember this arcade game that was this weird hologram? Thomas, maybe you remember it. There was an arcade game that had this dome, and there was it was a hologram, and in it was a very limited interaction with
I
the
remember that.
hologram, but it was kind of like a Dragon's Lair where you only had to like push it towards the light or
There was little
something. Like
scenes.
that's the yeah. There was little scenes, and one of them like it was like a wizard or something like that. Do you guys
Yeah.
remember this?
Yeah,
But
there
the
was a cowboy
holograms were
scene,
like
there was a wizard scene.
Yes,
There was like
yes.
different scenes that you could do.
Thank you,
Talking about
Jay.
Dragon's Lair?
It was a little
No.
3D.
It was the 3D dome
inside
thing.
the little dome. You look inside of it, and there was little 3D characters that were acting out the game.
That was
Like
kind of
holograms.
like it was holograms, but it was kind of like the like I remember thinking like, holy shit, the Star Wars chess game was real. Like I remember like thinking that like the first time I saw it was like, but that was like
I have
89,
a question.
88,
Do you think
89?
Disney women are akin to Star Wars men? That it's the same type of silly, weird obsession that when you see grown ass men that are like obsessed with Star Wars, and it's like no wonder that it's all on the same channel now.
Mm.
Oh
Shoot,
yeah.
we should have wore our
Is
Mickey
that
Mouse
all
ears
the
tonight.
Marvel,
Well,
all the
I mean,
Marvel, or the
Well, I was
Mickey
just thinking
Mouse, all
Star
the-
Wars men.
I have them,
It's all
Gay.
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 but I like Star Wars.
My
I'm not
lightsaber is
obsessed with
better
them.
than yours.
But I like it. It's like
So
a
you
cool
can
trilogy.
like gay stuff. It doesn't
Yeah,
make
you
you
Yeah.
can
gay.
I love
stuff.
it.
Gay
It's
stuff.
still,
Gays and I feel like most
it's
of the
still-
art has probably been created by gays.
Yeah.
it's so good.
Dude, I was
most
watching
of-
so-
Aladdin
still
with my
so
son
good.
the other day, and
Aladdin?
I mentioned Aladdin, and he was like, I'm like, you haven't seen Aladdin? We're watching it right now. I put it on TV, right? Big, and I have like Disney Plus or whatever, right? Because we watch X-Men in the morning or whatever. So I put it on Disney. A big fat warning. I've never seen it in my life. a warning from Disney. I took out my phone and I had to take a screenshot that lasted like 30 seconds. It's like, Disney does not approve of the following movie. We're going to play it anyways, but you need to know that it offends, it doesn't accurately portray cultures and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And so
What
I
the
took a
fuck?
picture and I posted it on my Instagram or whatever.
I saw that.
And then one guy was like,
What the hell?
They're just trying to say that, like they're not trying to portray cultures the wrong way. I'm like, the fictional culture
Everyone's
of
so gay.
Agrabah? Like, what are you talking about?
Also,
What
Everyone's
culture?
become gay,
China.
bro. So sensitive, like fucking what the fuck?
Well, they had to.
Political
change-
correctness is gay, right?
I was pissed. I had
It's
to talk
political
to him for
correctness.
15 minutes.
Gay.
Didn't they have to
Gay as
change
fuck.
several versions of the new Star Wars thing because of the racial?
Yeah, yeah.
Like the ones with
They're
the
doing
ones
that
with
a lot with different
the
movies.
fucking
Snow White. They did that with Snow White because the dwarves, like, they didn't want to portray them as short people or some crap.
little people.
No, they
Yeah.
wanted them short people, but they wanted to cast people who were not, and the short people were left out, and they were like, "What the
Oh.
fuck? Like, why are we not inclusive?" And yada yada. And I'm like, seriously, why the fuck are we like
That
getting
used
rid
to
of
be
the
a
dwarfs
guaranteed
now?
Job, dude. Like, if people were midgets in the 50s, that was like a guaranteed job. You could be
I know,
an
no
actor,
kidding.
be in Willow, be in Wizard of Oz or whatever.
I love Willow.
Party
You
all
could do
night.
wrestling.
Yeah.
If you were athletic, man, you had a gig for life. You still have a gig for life. They still do midget wrestling here in Tucson.
I wonder if there's a human out there who decided that they identified as a midget and had their legs shortened, like surgically.
I'm sure.
Oh, some
I
weird
wonder.
done it.
Mm-hmm.
Some
We will look
blind
it up.
lady?
Layla, you just put man who identifies as midget on the timeline. Let's
That is like he just has an obsession with Toulouse-Lautrec. Do you remember? Do you guys remember the Pink Panther, where he's dressed up as
Oh my
Toulouse?
gosh, you guys. I have to show you what came
The
up.
Peter Sellers.
And
Peter
I
Sellers
do
playing him.
Look at
Fuck,
what
it's
just
so
came
funny.
up at the
On his
very
knees.
top of this. Look
What?
at what it says.
I can't see.
It says LPA issues statement to abolish the M word.
The M word?
Ah,
What?
Oh,
Midget?
What are you supposed to say?
The
Little people.
dwarfism
Dwarf,
community
little
has
people.
voice as
Vertically
Vertically
midgets
challenged
anymore.
sounds
It's
insulting to me. I don't
Dwarf?
know.
Stupid.
They
Little
literally call it
people.
dwarf. Like immediately after they say you
Are you
can't say
serious?
midget, but you can say dwarf.
Dwarf is less offensive.
Midget
Yeah, 'cause
is
dwarfism.
retard
Dwarf's a
of
fictional creature.
little people.
I say,
Midget?
and tell me if this is offensive. Little midge.
That sounds like a movie.
I say,
Little midge.
oh, you
Midge.
know,
Marge.
Could be
that
affectionate.
sexy little midge from Game of
That's a-
Thrones.
Yeah.
You know who I'm
I could
talking
be-
about? I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Oh,
If I
yeah.
woke up,
Thrones, but-
if I'm like, if I woke up in Wizard of Oz, I would have been hella free. I would have ran down the yellow brick road if that many little midges were around me.
I drink and I know things.
Wizard of Oz gay.
What?
Wizard of Oz is so gay that the actual term that gay people use to each other,
That's pretty
if
gay.
they want to know if they're like, honey, do you
Oh.
think Gordy is a friend of Dorothy?
You know what's interesting?
That
I
means
just found
because
out.
every single one of the uncles of Dorothy was gay. So if you're just a friend of Dorothy, you're gay. So it's like it's so gay.
Today I found out that Willy Wonka actually hired real Willy Wonka actually hired short people or midget people because of labor costs. He was able to pay him at a cheaper rate,
Paid half as much.
and he hired
Idea.
short people. This is a true thing, and I'm just like, oh, okay, now I get the Oompa Loompa story. But it's a real true story. Willy Wonka was
my
like a
gosh.
real weirdo. He was a
If you
weirdo.
were a woman, you got paid
Is there really a Willy
75
Wonka, though?
cents, and then half of that if you were a midget.
Yeah.
Think about it too, because they could take the whole
Well,
cast with them to those restaurants
all-
where they
that whole-
they charge you based on how tall you are as you go in.
That whole
It's
thing
like
is
you're
like
half a
kind of
person, you
slave
get half
labor
a pay.
thing.
We
Like, in
should
the
give
book,
a
it's
shout out
kind
to
of a
Judy Garland real quick. She's the OG. She's like Shirley
Oh,
Temple.
yeah,
She's one of
she's
the OG child
OG
stars. She was
OG
used
gay
and
icon too.
abused. OG
Mhm.
gay icon. Can you do a Judy Garland impression, Gordy?
Well, I'm not sure. It's very melodramatic. I'm trying to hear her voice.
He's just
Like you
going
have
I know
to
she's.
sing
I'm
a
kind of going through.
song.
Sing a song. You know. Oh. You know,
Is
the
this
last
old
time they
Judy
gave me
Garland?
Quaaludes, like you have to do it at the end of her life where she's like
Oh,
really
the
strung
elderly
out or
version.
something.
Okay.
Like, wait, let me get some ice.
And so then if you're talking about Judy Garland, then real quick, because I think you're going to do better at this anyway, Judy Garland's also abused child star daughter, Liza Minnelli.
Oh, Liza Minnelli. Okay,
Yeah.
we can do Liza. Right. Gay, of course, gay icon Liza Minnelli.
Also a gay icon, Liza
Right.
Minnelli. It
Mhm.
just seems like you'd have a better impression of Liza.
Isn't
Yeah.
Cher a gay icon too?
It is kind of an easy one though.
Cher
Like,
is maybe the gayest icon.
Yeah.
The gayest icon.
If you see her today, 78? Is that
So,
even Cher?
yeah.
Like, I don't even believe
Yeah, I'm
that's
pretty
Cher.
sure that's like a clone.
Cher's
or
like the
some
ship
shit.
of Theseus at this point. Like you're not really sure that like after they've done so much swapping
It's
out,
been
like how
rebuilt.
much is her left?
Uh-huh.
Could they have like another share at this point too? Like
That's
have
what I'm
they
saying.
taken enough out and replaced it that they could be building another one?
Like 78, and what's her name? Vera Wang. She looks
If I
fucking
could
amazing.
turn back
I'm just like,
time.
are these real people or are they just like replacements of the old version?
I just said that. I just said if I could turn back time, and all of a sudden, Gordy, like he had hair, he started licking. It was like I just said if I could turn back time, and I watched Gordy morph into Cher. Like he all of a sudden like, whoo, like it was like what happened? Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I do have to say this because somebody in the chat just was like, Willy Wonka's not real, Abby. And he was not real. Is a fictional character. So I have to say that, guys.
It's in the
people-
story.
There's never a real
It's in
Willy
the
Wonka.
story.
I
Yeah.
just read an
She's talking
article.
about in the story.
But I know, but it's not
the
a real
people
person.
who-
It's just it's a fictional character though.
Yeah,
It's
but
part
the
of the
people who ran the Willy
I'm
Wonka
glad you said
factory.
that because I
Yeah.
thought right
Mhm.
now you were telling me like I really just learned today, so I'm glad you corrected. I was like, fuck, I didn't know Willy Wonka was a real man.
Well,
He's
not
not a
him,
real
Willy
man.
Wonka, but like
Not
the
even
people
based
who
on a real
ran
man.
I'm glad you corrected it. I just let it go because I'm like, oh, who knows?
I gotta
probably won't
find that
ever repeat
article.
that, but I so would have been like seen some, and been like, he was real once.
No, not Willy Wonka, like the actual person.
Willy
the people
Wonka
who
was
started
really
the
big
company.
on women's lib.
It was the people who started the
It was the
company.
1910s.
Like the real Willy Wonka
Right before-
chocolate bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that came as
Right
a
before
result
World War
of,
One.
of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory book.
Well, in the books, I believe the Oompa Loompas were basically pygmies, so
Yeah.
they were like kind of exploiting,
Right.
like
It was slave
foreigners
labor.
and like importing them in, just like
Yeah.
factories
Mhm.
tend to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The
Part of the
Skraelingers
story,
in
yep.
Greenland.
Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. What a
Chocolate
wild
factories,
tale.
I would say, are probably gay.
Really gay.
Probably gay. I mean, it
I
just
like
sounds gay.
chocolate.
It
The
sounds
chocolate
gay.
factory,
Fudgesicles.
Yeah.
The Brown River seemed gay.
Brown River. Oh yeah, that's pretty gay.
Yeah, when the kid was drinking out of the
Yeah,
Brown
stuck
River,
in the
I would have
chute.
kicked him in.
The fat kid stuck in the chute.
The frogs
in the
are
Brown
gay.
River.
The really just Charlie and his grandpa that they were like, oh, let's fly to the top of this thing. That's the one. Like out of all the other things, like, oh, I really have to try this gobstopper. Oh, let me get on TV. I have to
Yeah.
be on TV with the candy bar. The only cool thing that I would have been like, what? I
His
could just
grandpa's an
float up in
enabler,
this
dude.
room. Well, here's the thing about the grandfather that we really have to discuss. His grandfather, fucking gay, lays in bed,
Yeah.
useless as
Lazy
all
fuck.
all you have to do is tell him he can go to a chocolate factory. All of a
And he
sudden
was
he can
lying.
walk
Gets his
again.
ass
He
up.
just wanted to
Yeah.
lay in bed all
And the
day.
like they're so poor. All the grandparents and aunts and uncles all have to lay in the same bed together. He could have just gotten up the whole time
Yeah.
and made room. Like,
Right now,
unbelievable.
he's like, free soup if I lay in bed.
Yeah,
Free
he's
soup,
just-
I'm in.
And
I
the
don't think I
worst
can move my
part
legs
of
either, guys.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Cover your
And
feet.
this is before Fast Forward even existed. I
And he's
felt like it.
flying in-
Cheer up, Charlie. Give me
Yeah,
a
it is.
smile. Gay. Get out
I
of
hate
here.
that.
Get
I hate it when they have
out
those
of here.
sad ass songs in a good movie, you know, like a good movie, and you're just like, oh, this is all, and then they're like, I'm so sad about something. You're like, all right,
We could all be in a
we'll
movie.
go through this.
For real. We could all be in a movie.
Gay.
And if somebody starts singing to another person in the movie, you'll never see my head turn so quick. I will be like, is this a musical? Like, I will be like, did you just try to loop me? Like, I will get right out of that
Hey,
movie theater.
that's like in Monty Python Search for the Grail, when they had to show that king in the castle and his gay son keeps on like, it reminds me.
Oh yeah.
Flowers, and then she's like, "Oh, stop! We're not having any of the song business right now."
You know, we say gay this, gay that, gay this, gay that, gay this, gay that, but gay has been around for thousands and thousands of years. Like, it's been noted for the longest of longest times.
Noted.
Yeah, so it's like,
Noted.
yeah, we say, oh, maybe it's the water, maybe it's this, maybe it's fucking not, and maybe we're missing something here. And maybe something's like, you know, I get the whole, oh, man and woman should be together, but how can you explain gayism or gayness, you know, throughout history? Like, you can't make an excuse for those people back in the day, because the chemicals that we know that exist today, did they know about them back in the day? They didn't have microscopes or whatever to identify what these chemicals are. So I just wonder, like, what are we missing here?
I picked
Oh,
Jay.
gay
You had your hand up. Jay's next.
So here's my theory. Okay, I believe that because I study cycles in history, right, especially pertaining to apocalyptic cycles, and I've noticed that a rise in homosexuality across the world in various cultures tends to coincide with cataclysms that happen. Unfortunately, religions, many of them, have interpreted that as God must be judging because of all the gay people that suddenly emerged. I see the opposite, which is the world's energy starts to go into flux just before and leading up to various cataclysms, specifically energetic reversals or polarity reversals. And I believe that we and all life on the surface world resonates with that energy, including when it goes into flux and turns upside down and becomes opposite, or, you know, goes in different directions. So I believe, my theory is that we see that reflected in sexuality. We see that reflected in our culture and in the animal kingdom, and we see all of these anomalies starting to pop up, and they become more and more extreme, leading up to an actual apocalyptic event where the poles flip, and then things go more rigid and they become more stable again, or they become more black and white or up and down, and etc. But then over time, you know, they'll slowly start to kind of tilt back in the other direction.
Do y'all hear this?
Yeah, what's happening?
Is it music?
Sick fucks are out. I'm about to like lose my fucking mind, literally.
Gay.
You know what else is gay? Beyonce's country song, Texas Hold'em. I cannot.
Is it gay?
Cannot.
Stand it.
I don't
Yeah.
remember her. Oh, I heard it once. It sucks.
Oh, I've never listened to the whole song. I can't do
It's
it.
fucking terrible. How do people listen to regular radio?
I don't know. I don't know how people just have no like respect that it's like 1 o'clock in the fucking morning and people are fucking sleeping.
People are fucking podcasting over here.
There- oh,
We're
I know-
fucking podcasting over here.
Yeah,
Give
well,
him, did you give
they're
him some
probably
attitude?
entitled.
Did you give him some fucking New
I'm
York
sorry, I'm
attitude,
triggered,
Layla?
y'all.
I'm fucking
audacity.
podcasting over here. You shut
I'm on a
your
gay
fucking mouth.
podcast. Shut
I'm
up.
going to gay ass fucking podcast over here. I'm gonna fucking stick my boot
They're
up
all
your
like
fucking
12.
ass.
With his outfit on.
No wonder.
I wish you had your computer so you could put Gordy up to the window and we would just put Gordy on big and this is what Gordy would do to your neighbors.
Listen, you fucking faggots. We're doing a gay ass fucking podcast over here.
Gay, gay,
Gay.
gay.
Don't you fucking move. You shut the fuck up and you respect me, bitch. All right?
I'm probably gonna leave a
Us
bag
fags
of poo
are getting
in front
undue.
of their door.
Us
Just
fags
for
are
doing
getting
that.
undue.
Once I take my dog for a walk, I'm gonna take the shit and I'm gonna, capture it in the bag. I'm gonna
No,
leave it in their
you
front
gotta do
door.
the flaming.
Yep.
Yeah,
The flaming-
I'm just gonna
No, you
leave it
gotta
right
do
there.
the
Here's a
flaming
present.
pile
Yeah.
of poo. What
Here's a
movie is that? The
present.
flaming pile of poo.
It's fucking annoying. Children.
Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
It's too dark. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What movie is that with the flaming pile
I
of
mean,
shit?
it's in a lot of them.
I don't
but
know.
the-
It's
the
it
Sandlot.
There's a
was junior
few,
high.
though.
It was real life.
Swamp it back out in the Sandlot.
Yeah, that was real life in junior high.
Really? It's like I'd only seen it on that one movie, and that old guy comes out. It's a flaming
No, I
pile
was-
of poo. He's stomping it out.
I
think
like
I
if I
was-
seen a gangster with a tiny hat, I would shut the fuck up.
Listen up. Yeah.
I feel like whatever
It's
was
the
happening
glasses,
with
though.
Gordy, Jay couldn't even show his brand on screen next to that.
I know. Oh shit! Did
I
I
don't know
just?
where he went.
Where'd
Oh,
Jay
no.
go?
No, he's on, but I don't know if he lost reception or what
Blew him off the
happened.
screen. God
Yeah,
damn
he's
it.
on, but maybe his camera's off.
It was my tiny hat energy.
I got that big dick energy.
I got that tiny hat energy.
Got that tiny hat energy.
It's so silly. Owl in a tiny hat. Like that's what
Owl
we're
in
gonna
a
turn the whole
tiny
yeah,
hat.
Owl
Owl
mask.
in a tiny hat.
What is happening? This is turning way gayer than I was anticipating. Okay.
Listen,
let's get this
that's the topic.
show.
We can get as gay as we
Listen
want.
here, fags. Let's get this show
Listen
back
up,
on the rails.
Listen up, bitches. We're gonna
Uh,
get this thing straight.
That's another thing gay people like to do. Like not
Here's-
all, but the majority of the
control.
gay like nightlife rails,
bed.
baby. A bunch of rails.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
uh-huh.
Cocaina.
Cocaine.
Cocaina.
Do you know what Rainbow Bright's friends are called?
Rainbow Brights?
Yeah.
Tell him, Thomas.
Did you ever watch Rainbow
Well,
Bright?
it's her main friend, the white star that's got the little like rainbow star antler things. So Rainbow Bright's best friend is named Twink.
Huh.
And what year was Rainbow Bright?
It's
It was
80s.
80s. Yeah.
80s. It was
It's
like
early 80s.
87.
Yeah.
Isn't there a theme song to
Oh.
that?
That early?
Yeah, I think
No?
there was a
That's
couple.
it. That's Twink right there.
Yeah.
That's
There's a couple
trip,
cartoons,
man.
I think.
So like the whole entire gay culture is based off Rainbow Bright. Those are twinks.
And is he wearing a Freemason apron?
No way.
Oh my
That's like
god.
saying
that's
Amen's
totally.
gay.
let's-
Shut up. Let me see.
Mhm.
Okay, I
They're not
can't see.
saying gay.
Is that a necklace or an
Elton
apron?
John, you're making me blind.
I don't know. I can't tell.
That's the best thing I heard in a philosophy question ever. It would be like the argument of, is the dress blue and white or is it gold and brown?
I can't
That
tell.
is the most brilliant question I have heard tonight. Is that a necklace or an apron?
I can't see it.
I don't even s-
Honestly, it looks like a necklace to me. I don't know.
The
I think it's supposed to be
bill.
a belt because it's got like a little utility pouch on the side.
Oh well, yeah, because his arms are under the thing. So it's probably a belt.
You know, I'm looking at the twink sidekick, right? And that is kind of what they kind of look like, the asexual kind of bi twink kids.
Oh, it looks like 80s lesbian.
They all 80s
Okay,
it's
here's
just
the other thing too. Do you think
they're all
Twink
just
kind of looks like
balls.
Greta what's the girl
Greta
that
Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg, or the boy that shot the person, the Kyle Rittenhouse? You know how they look like the same doughy round face? Do you know, you know Kyle Rittenhouse and Greta Thunberg both look like the same mishmash of a round faced being like this.
I don't know. I always look at Kyle Rittenhouse as a rectangle head. You know, like very
Rectangle head?
long, like rectangle head.
Kyle, let's
I
look
think
at
you
their
might also
space
be
again.
honing in on something called fetal alcohol syndrome.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't
Is
exist.
this
That's fake.
is this are his eyes pretty far apart?
Let's look.
Nah.
Let's
Fetal
see.
alcohol syndrome
Show.
is a total psyop.
Oh, well, with the hair.
He kind of looks.
It's
don't
kind of
think-
round, but kind
I
of
don't
rectangle.
know. I
He's
don't
so
know.
dreamy.
No.
Does he look like Ron DeSantis?
Maybe a little bit.
I don't know what he looks like.
Where are we right now? Let's go back. That's gay. Kyle Rittenhouse
Ooh,
and
gay?
Greta Thunberg. Gay. Both
Oh.
sides. Both of them. Yeah. I don't even know what's happening over there. I'm not going to pull anything up.
I think they're college gay.
So, what does the rainbow have to do with the Bible? Because I keep getting lost in that story. What's the story with Noah and the rainbow? And
The rainbow is a symbol of God's promise not to flood the earth, which is actually interesting that the gay movement, I guess, has kind of co-opted the rainbow, because it's almost like saying, remember, no matter what we do, you promised.
Yeah,
Okay.
'cause it's Genesis 9:13. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And that's
Yeah.
the one
promise.
Bible verse. Yeah, and that's the
Yeah, my
Bible
God,
verse that rainbow
my
girls
God,
like
sorry
always
that I
talk about.
murdered all of you in mass. I won't do it again. Here's like my stamp.
yeah, but
of-
we flood still to this day. Like we have floods all over the
Well,
world.
yeah, but it won't flood the entire earth again. 'Cause that's the
No.
promise.
Yeah, but who said that it was
But it'll wipe out
our entire
parts of
Earth
it.
flooded?
Almost
Like, did
every
the
single
entire
book, every
Earth?
single cultural,
Every
every
single book.
myth, every single.
But they didn't know
doesn't matter.
America existed back in the day. They didn't know New Zealand
It doesn't
existed
matter.
back in the
There's
day.
even the old Native American
Even the
tribes
oldest
in
New
every
Zealand
part.
books, even
they
the
all
oldest
have
American
floods.
books, they all have a great flood myth. It's the one.
Okay. How
It's the
about this? What if a flood happened at one point in time at one place, and then another flood happened at another place, like what we see here? It doesn't flood entirely, but different parts of the world at a different at a certain
Right.
time of year
Like in
will
Africa?
flood, but not entirely. I don't
Like what
see that fucking
Well,
being possible.
Where'd the ocean come from then?
The ocean is just the ocean.
I mean,
Either
it
it
seems
comes
like
from
a
the
flood.
ground or from above. Because
Right.
we have
but
the deep
It's a
abyss.
flood. The ocean's a flood. I mean, that's what it is. It's a flood of water, right?
Yeah.
Well, especially when you see like whole cities and stuff, civilizations, ancient civilizations underneath the ocean. Yeah, it's a flood.
Yeah, even
I have a lot to add
everywhere.
on this particular subject. If you guys are interested.
Dewey.
Yeah, do
Let's
it.
hear.
Okay, cool. Well, I have pulled up that exact Bible verse in what's known as an interlinear, which shows you the original Hebrew that the Old Testament script was written in. And what happens is people in the modern days have translated their interpretation of what originally was printed or written out, right? So I have that pulled up, which is very interesting because it says or implies something much different than God saying, I'll never do this again. But before I do that, I'd like to share with you my theory on how the world is flooded, how I believe that it is flooded, how it could possibly happen. My research indicates that every other cycle we go through, remember I was talking about those electromagnetic shifts, that during the next shift that we go through, right now we have a shift where energy is receding or being drawn into the earth as she charges. After the next shift, the energy will fluctuate and pulsate and go outwards after it goes into flux. If that's true, then all of that energy, especially in the form of gases that are created inside of the Earth, especially those gases that have been created from like radioactive decay and stuff over time, but there's lots of different gases that are created inside the Earth. They rush out at extreme speeds, ionizing or electrifying. And then you have these beams of ionized hydrogen that burst out of cavernous systems and volcanoes the world across. And for an entire age, for as long as that energy is headed in that direction, which is upwards or surfacewards or towards the sky, it fills the atmosphere with those gases, oxygen being one of them. In academics, this is known as the oxidation event. They can't really describe where it came from, how it happened, or whatnot. They don't really have they just have guesses on it. So suppose the entire atmosphere was filling with oxygen for an entire age or eon, 1,000 years or more. And then the next apocalyptic cycle happened, where, let's suppose, the sky opened up, however people might see that, and the ionized hydrogen, which even academics admits we have wrapped around our world in the plasmasphere. Ionized hydrogen smashes down into our world in order to ground itself, no longer being blocked by a magnetic barrier, which the Earth puts out itself. That magnetic barrier goes down during the neutral point because there is no magnetism during the neutral point. That hydrogen smashes into all of that oxygen that's been building up and layering up in the upper atmosphere for so long, and it creates water. And all that water just starts to fall down from the heavens and floods the Earth. That's my theory on where the oceans come from. Basically.
If you're going by the Bible and you open up and read first chapter Genesis, it talks about how the waters were here before land. Like the waters were here, and then the land came. So like the water was always here.
Not necessarily. If you look at it cyclically, then the waters come and then they go. So you have periods where the waters are here, and then
in the beginning,
in the beginning the waters were here. But if you read in Revelation, it says, "I looked and beheld, and the sea was no more." So in the end, the waters are removed. So if you see that cyclically, then you have these periods where the waters are introduced, and then the waters are removed.
So do you feel like
there's actually a physicist who actually talks about how the what's it called? When the water goes up and down on the shore, what is it called? High tide, low tide. Well, it has nothing to do with the pull of the moon, but how the earth breathes. Like the land moves up and down and it breathes. That's why when they try to calculate on the east coast or the west coast, different points of the coast will have high tide and low tide, and has nothing to do with the sun or the moon, but how the earth is like breathing. It like literally goes up and down for some reason. And they're proving this to be true. So I don't know. I don't know.
And who's proving it to be true, and how are they proving it?
People who are against like the mainstream of it all and want to like do the science for themselves. And it makes sense to me, because I've even seen videos of like people like in normal places, the earth breathing, and while it's flooding, you'll see like the earth like moving up and down, like as it has breath. And slow motion videos, when you see like the earth, the high tide and low tides, it literally looks like the earth goes up and down, like the matter of solid matter, it just goes up and down. It's like the deep, the abyss, Sheol, whatever you want to call it. It makes it go up and down, up and down. It's like
the earth does breathe.
Buoyancy or whatever.
I mean, there's all the caves have wind. Like every single cave has wind. Well, I have these verses pulled up. I'll just you want me to screen share so you guys can see it, or you just want to read it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okie dokie.
You'll hit it, and then I have to hit something.
We got hold music.
Okay,
we got hold music. We can wait all night.
But make it gayer, please.
Make it gayer. Add some jazz hands, if you would, please.
Okay, here we go. Oh, I don't have dark mode on this side. Oh well, sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, take your time, man.
He's got
We
the
can
whole world
If
in
you
his hands.
like any of this, you can help with our permanent shadow ban by liking and subscribing. If you're catching any of this, it could be on Rumble, it
Yes,
could be on
hate us all
X,
equally.
it could be on either one of Project Chaney or the Secret Society of Good Guys YouTube channel. So make sure
Rumble.
you hit the bell or subscribe to any of them so you will always know when we're going live, because you know we're bound to get in trouble. And so
Yeah.
make sure you like and subscribe and follow us everywhere.
And Rumble too.
And make sure you find Jay on his channel. And
What about
Rumble
Rumble?
too.
Yeah.
I think I said Rumble at the beginning, but
Oh,
just in
did you?
case,
Yeah.
Rumble. Let's get
I'm
ready
totally
to
on
rumble.
Rumble,
Let's
but I
get
never
ready to
talking to.
rumble. Whatever happened to that
Jay,
guy?
your thing went away.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, try to
Oh,
do it
my
again.
bad. Here, let me open it up again. All right,
We
bam.
are extra loud and gay tonight.
I'm extra loud and gay tonight. It's the
How's
it's the
that?
costume. It's
I know,
it's
you
the
can't
hat.
help it.
I
It's
can't
the
see.
It's the
hat.
I
hat.
can't see what
It
you
makes
guys
me-
see. I have to keep it in the
makes
A
me
same
lot
gay.
of
spot for
pride
some reason.
tonight.
Makes me gay. So
A
All
lot
right,
of
tell me
pride.
when you're
a
ready.
lot of
'cause I-
pride. So much
I have,
pride.
Ready.
I can't see you guys and that at the same time.
Okay, ready.
Ready?
And if you put it up at the bottom
Okay,
too,
I
I
can't.
could click it and
Can't do
share it. Whatever's the easiest.
If I what?
If you put it at the bottom and you just drop a link in the private chat, I can
Oh,
click
yeah.
it and pull it up as well. Whatever's
Okay.
the easiest for you, though.
This is easy. This is fun.
Okay.
All right, you got it up?
No, it won't pull up. You have to maybe you have to ask again.
Oh, my bad.
I don't know why it
There it
went
is.
away.
How's that?
Okay, let's see. Show on stream. Boom. Okay.
Working?
Yes.
All right, check it out. Boom. See the verse?
Genesis 9:11.
I'll just say yeah, and I'll
Is it
go
big
along
enough?
with it because I can't because I'm on my phone. But y'all go ahead.
Okay, Genesis 9:11.
Yes, Genesis 9:11. Now it reads from right to left, and it says, "Thus." This is the interpretation right here. Okay, this is the alleged original Hebrew right above it, and it reads from right to left in the Hebrew. So they write the translation in little sections from right to left. So in the English we read, "Thus I establish my covenant with you, and never shall be cut off all flesh again by the waters of the flood, and never shall there be again a flood to destroy the earth." So on first glance, that seems pretty straightforward, that God promised he would never flood the earth ever again. And that's exactly what people teach in almost every church I've ever been to or heard of my entire life. But when I started learning Hebrew, I reread these passages. And every single time I reread these passages, I get a totally different interpretation that is a lot different than what I've been taught. So, for example, if we go to this part right here, it says, "Thus I establish my covenant or my promise with you, and never," or velo, right? Lo means never, or actually really means no or not, and not shall be cut off all flesh again. Now, again makes it sound like never ever, right? This word never does not mean never. This word in Hebrew is lo. It does not mean never. It means not. So I establish my covenant with you. So basically, I promise all flesh shall not be cut off. But then it says again as a translation for this word, which is aud. And aud means up until. It doesn't mean or even imply again, as in never again. This is a totally different word. Aud means up until. So in many Hebrew prayers, they'll say vayaud, which means and up until, they'll say like leolam vayaud, which means up until the next age, basically.
What about the ancient Greek version of it?
This wasn't written in Greek. This was written in Hebrew or Phoenician.
Yeah, but isn't there like an ancient Greek version of the Bible too, like an old Greek version of it?
In the New
Well,
Testament,
a lot of the
yeah,
a lot of the
Hebrew and Greek that they go by like to translate into English.
only in the New Testament, because
Yeah.
they had Greek. They spoke Koine, which is like common Greek, But that was only in the New Testament. They had a Latin version in the Old Testament. But check this out. So, if you read it properly, it says, I promise to you, all flesh shall not be cut off up until the waters of the flood, and shall not. This is the same word that they use in the Ten Commandments. So, lo means shall not as well. Shall not Yahweh or Yahya, which means shall there be again up until a flood. So people will not die again up until a flooding. That's literally the transliteration of it. It shall not be up again up until, or it shall not be up until. People will not die up until the flood comes again.
So what does that mean?
Translation of it.
So what does that mean? Nobody dies until the earth floods again?
No, he's just saying I'm not going to kill a bunch of people off like this until the next time it floods. Because you have to remember, God is now at this point in time talking to Noah after the flood, because he puts the rainbow out, right? And Noah's worried that this is going to happen again soon. And God is basically making him feel better by saying, don't worry, I'm not going to do this again until the next time it floods. Or I'm not going to kill everybody. I promise you, this isn't going to happen again. Basically, until the next age or the next apocalyptic cycle. Because Noah was really worried.
It makes me wonder, like how we know that floods existed in the past. What if around Noah's time, right? They are doing exactly what we're doing, and we're figuring out that there were floods back in the past. And, some smart, intelligent man is like, oh, we're not going to get a flood again, and wrote all of this information. It's like, I have a problem with these books. As beautiful as they are, I just have a problem with these stories sometimes. It's like exactly what we're going through right now, what we're doing. It's like a repetitive fucking thing that we're like regurgitating somewhere on the line. And it's like exactly Noah, what he's saying, it's what we're doing and saying at the same time.
That's biblical prophecy. It says that would happen. It says that as it was in the times of Noah, so shall it be in the times when the world is flooded by fire. And that there would even be people who scoff and, are making fun of the idea and saying there's no apocalypse, there's no flooding of anything. It's always been like this forever. It's always been the same.
I don't know.
If also like if the poles shifted, there could be a great flood. Like if all the water had to rebalance and the poles shifted in one way and all the water washed from one side to the other, it could have taken 40 days and 40 nights for everything to level back out.
Yeah. Biblically speaking, it says that there was also water coming up from within the earth too, that it calls the fountains of the deep.
Yeah.
And then academics agrees that there is more water under the ocean than there is on the actual surface of the ocean. So suppose, I don't know, you have a lot of pressure built up inside and it needs to be released and it rushes up and it pushes all that water out.
Yeah, no, water's above, the water's below, the water's around, the water's outside, the water's inside, the water's everywhere. It's the mar of it all.
The geyser idea in a small. We have this idea of a small geyser.
Even caves.
But imagine a big geyser, an enormous geyser. Imagine a permanent geyser even. Imagine a permanent geyser that separated waters above from waters below. And this thing just, who knows, it could have happened for so long that when it stopped happening, it would have taken a while for all that rain to settle. If it was just sucking in rain constantly, it could have looked like a huge tower of running water. They could have called it a Tower of Babel.
Waterfalls, like the caves, the water system in the caves and the mountains. A lot of the water comes from the mountains. And a lot of people don't even know that. It just pours in nonstop, 24/7.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We used to find clear springs all in the mountains all the time. It's just water coming up out of the ground all the time.
Yeah, I took my son hiking the other day and we saw this waterfall, and I'm like, look at that waterfall from a distance. I'm like, you see all that water? Look, imagine how much that is. It never goes away. Like, where's all that come from? Like, it's like in a video game when you see like you find the source of water, it's just coming out of a mountain or whatever because it's just programmed to, like, that's its start point or whatever. Like it just, I'm like, that's an unbelievable amount of water that's coming. You would think it would just come down in like a rush, like, oh, it's, it's melting time, and that's it. But there's some places where it just constantly comes
It
out.
almost is infuriating
it's funny.
that they
It's
just
like a
tell you
stream.
it's just melting snow. It's just constantly melting snow all the time coming off the.
No, there are spots where my stepdad would take me fishing in the mountains in Montana or Wyoming, and you would just stumble onto just water coming out of the ground.
Yeah.
And it's starting its own stream. It was just coming right out of the ground.
Doesn't frozen
Out of a
water
rock.
expand too?
Yes, it does.
So
and
if
that's why
you had
rocks
water
crack.
coming out of the ground, no one would ever notice it all year round until the water got cold enough to start expanding. And the expansion could be what we look at the top of these, where we're like, look at these glaciers, look at these things. Oh, that's just where the water comes out during a certain time, because it's always coming from the center of Earth. And that's where it like caps off, like the same way as it would if you you put a Coke can in the freezer and then you didn't let it freeze all the way and you opened it and the pressure of the cold came out and it was just frozen fuzz. It's almost like that's what Antarctica could be. And it could be their way of trying to freeze an ever flooding Earth. Like if there was some kind of control mechanism.
Water
I watch
also
a lot
expands
of
when it's heated too.
A what?
So it expands when it's when it's frozen, and it expands when it's heated.
Yeah.
Like all the way hot.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of cave videos, and it's outstanding to see how much water pours out of these systems. Like where they like try and discover new cave systems, and it's just like the cleanest, purest of pure water that you can find.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
and it's
I think
just like
made down there. It's made in the earth. The earth makes out all the earth stuff. All you need is oxygen and hydrogen. That's all you need. And you just
that's it.
Smash those together, and boom, you got water.
I think water's gay.
And it's interesting how it streams like that. You have like
they are very pretty. I mean, who could be that steadfast, like fastidious, to make that kind of crystal when you're frozen, other than a gay entity? Water's got to be.
Well, and it's always getting into little nooks and crannies, like wherever it needs to, right? It makes things moist.
It does make things moist. Is water
Are you
wet?
hydrophobic?
Sorry, I don't want to do that.
You sound like you're
I'm
hydrophobic.
very hydrophobic. It's so hydrophobic in here.
That would be so great. A new whole thing. I'm hydrophobic. Are you guys hydrophobic or something? Anyone that's like, I hate the word moist. What are you, hydrophobic? Like, hydrophobic
I
people
like the
have
word
dry,
moist.
sulky tongues.
Made me sick.
I like the word
moist too.
Yeah.
Moist.
Nice and moist.
Moist.
I could just picture a nice moist cake,
Moist.
like a nice
snack.
squishy
Good,
cake.
juicy peach.
That
that's
too,
juicy.
yeah.
That's all the way wet. I went all the way wet. That's
Oh,
usually
yeah.
what I do.
I was gonna say.
So like me,
I
you start
tried.
a little
This thing
moist
was
and I went all the way
Peaches
wet.
and cream. How does it go? You know what I
wasn't
mean?
right.
I
Peaches
need it
and
because you
cream.
know that I'm a fan.
There.
You take me on the cover of a magazine.
What I know everybody keeps bringing up chakras.
Yeah.
Like I know that's like a huge thing that everybody talks about with the rainbow. Where does that come from? Where does that idea of a chakra system come from?
Indian, like Hinduism, isn't it? Part of that? The
Ancient Vedic.
Hinduism. Yeah.
Ancient Vedism.
Yeah. It's the frequency.
All your energy
so
centers.
at the center, you would have the most dense energy. And then as it gets outwards, it changes in frequency, just like anything, the further it gets from the source. And so the color naturally would respond to that. So the color is sort of a symbolic way of showing the energy weakening as it gets further from the actual heart or the source of it. You know what I mean?
Y'all, this has to do with what we're saying. What if, since we have this junk DNA that they say that we have, what if
It's
they
not
turn
junk.
something off? I know it's not junk, but they say that is junk. But what if it wasn't junk and they turned something off, like a switch in that DNA that allows you to see the spectrum of every energy source that is available to us in this realm, and
Like
colors and
Cerebro.
frequency? Yeah, like in a different, like how we see when we're tripping, in that sense. What if we could see things in reality in that way, and they turn something off in our DNA, which doesn't allow us to see all that? Hence the chakras. They probably saw like people like glowing in their,
There
they're
are some
going to
people
their,
that can see this, and they're
yeah,
all of the clairsentient, clairaudient, clairvoyant, all those things are
yeah,
in the unknown DNA strands, and they also link all those strands that they run through bloodlines. So and they're like proving this in science studies, that if somebody has something that is considered some kind of, oh, this person sees the future, or talks to dead people, or gets some kind of, their bloodline does that too, and it's in these strands that they're seeing the activation happen during these kind of spiritual next level magical things.
Like they show us the glasses and they live like, oh, they have glasses and you're able to see that shit. What if this was an actual characteristic that humans can actually have to see through things and to see the actual reality of what it really is? And they turned that off with us. I was talking about this on my live today for some reason. I'm like, how did they know that these chakras existed? Maybe they seen these colors within humans and saw like what people were like elevated in that sense and what people needed to work, just like in Baron Trump, and people see the transparent people in their hearts and if they was pure or not or whatever in that sense. What if that was a possibility for us?
Well, there's theories that are like the inverse of what we were talking about before, about like people used to see in black and white and sepia, and then they developed it. But there's also the opposite of that, where that people used to see way more colors, and that we might have evolved from an earlier version of ourselves that could see through its skin, kind of how like an octopus can see through its skin in a way, like it can determine like the texture and the color of things around it without using its eyeballs. It uses its skin. But that over time, specifically with the use of fire, once humans started cooking food and like relying on fire, now all of a sudden being sensitive to the light around us, like the skin was a little bit too sensitive, so it slowly became localized into the eyeballs. But that many of our there's even theories that our sense of smell might have been through our skin, and our sense of taste might have been through our skin.
Well, our that makes more sense because a lot of your sense of smell is through your tongue, or your taste is through your sense of smell.
All your
I
taste
guess.
is
They're
guided
all
by your
relative,
olfactory system,
right?
Okay, here's to during all of the lockdowns and when everyone thought they were sick or got sick from not bioweapon, whatever we're allowed to call things. Whatever we're not allowed to get taken down for if I say those things.
Motherfuckers.
They lost their sense of taste, and some people never got it back. And
A lot of people.
I always coin my Maria for saying there's nothing quite like making you feel like you live in the Matrix as losing your sense of taste. And then I theorized that the whole point? Because taste is something that it's very hard to mimic in VR goggles. But if they can figure out a way with the next strand of whatever they're injecting into anyone to mess with those taste receptors, then they can convince you whatever texture you're eating is the flavor. And then you can have flavor packets, or then taste the rainbow. Then they are actually telling you can't you taste the color? And then you're like, yeah, it tastes sweet. They're hitting the right receptors.
Tastes like blue raspberry,
tastes,
even though it's not a real thing.
Tastes like lemon.
Yeah, so it's just somewhere there is like they're just messing around with things like with our
Also,
senses on a big scale.
in the Matrix movie, that's the thing that Cyrus says that brings him, like, he wants to go back into the simulation is because he wants to taste steak. Like, that was his one example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And in the real world, they eat that.
Can you
like,
kind of blame him
oatmeal
though?
or
Like a
whatever.
good steak, dude.
But
A
it's not
good
real.
steak.
Like, the steak isn't real.
Is it? Isn't it?
Dude, I had
It's
that today,
good
guys.
Montana beef.
Gordy saw like I
I
had this aha
That's what I'm
moment,
talking. This is
and I'm just
I'm on the
like,
same
this
level.
is just impossible. Like it's so unfathomable that like we even exist, y'all. Like it's so crazy. Like I had this aha moment, and I have it every day. Every day I have this aha moment, like where I'm just driving and I'm just like, how the fuck am I here? And how is all of this here? How is all of this possible? Like me. And I just looked at everybody at my job and I imagined them all for like a minute, all of them carrying like that diamond from Sims, where like they're old Sims characters. And I'm like, dude, I think I should just live my life every day imagining everybody as a fucking Sims character with that diamond on your head, and life will be so much fucking easy. It's if you picture it as a game, it's like laughable. It really is. But it's these moments that are like we have taste, we have color, we have feeling, we have this, we have that. But it's so like we look at the top level of it, but when you look so deep into it, like the magic that goes behind it, it's like, how is this even real? How is this even possible? It blows my mind every fucking day, and I'm at awe with myself every fucking day. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's beyond me.
I think of all the ways that all those things are exploited. I think of like, oh, look at my eyes, and then what ways they are exploited. I think of, oh, look at my beautiful
Yeah.
taste buds, and then what ways it's exploited. I think, look at this gift of hearing, and what ways it's exploited. Like
Or
it's so
raped.
nice when I can actually get away from everything and just like, and what's real? What's actually important?
Yeah.
What's actually, and then you even realize just in food alone, I cook very fresh meals. I cook very delicious meals. And I was realizing that if you're addicted to shitty food, nothing I cook tastes good to you.
Mm.
Like if you're addicted to trans fat and McDonald's and whatever, my fresh tomato, you'd rather have your sugar ketchup than my
Yeah.
fresh beefsteak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And instead, if I cook you a burger and I put the perfect tomato on it, you don't need for fucking ketchup. Ketchup in a bottle is meant to mimic the perfect tomato, but you guys are so far away from actually ever finding the perfect tomato that you just think you need the condiment of ketchup on things that you already have a tomato on. It is wild to me how far away people are away from their own. They don't even know what their beauty is. They don't even know they're eating garbage, literal MSG garbage that causes their body to fall apart instead of eating fresh, amazing stuff. And so that's just my taste buds. That's not my sense of smell that's insulted by sprays and perfumes and Axe. And that's just the good smells. I'd rather almost smell someone's BO than walking into a place that's fabuloso so much I'm like, I think my cancer just resparked up.
Or somebody, somebody who's poor, who's oozing like
There's a
grease
man who
from
exists like
McDonald's or
that.
something. You can smell it on them.
He eats
Like
raw
they just smell
food,
like processed foods.
raw meats. He doesn't shower. He doesn't do any of that. He doesn't brush his teeth. He doesn't wear cologne. He doesn't wear deodorant. The liver man. What's his fucking name? He's like this brolic motherfucker and super natural, super like red meats raw. He eats raw fucking liver. This guy. He doesn't shower.
Oh,
He
the
just
guy
cleans
that
his
shot
room.
up with a whole bunch of human growth hormones.
I don't
and
think
testosterone. And
he's against all that.
No, he's all been figured out. No one on the planet, everybody, so you know, no one on the planet is built like that without steroids and human growth hormone and testosterone. The Liver King's bullshit, and it's all been
Go to
figured
Albania.
out.
Go to Albania, girl. You'll see some massive.
I'm going to tell you. You'll be real surprised at how far steroids and human growth hormone go.
Yeah, they're sucking out of the
Albania
goats out
and
there.
Russia are probably the parts of the world that created part of it.
Well,
Like
you're
horse
cutting out
meat.
the fact that they used to choose like breeding as a thing. Like when they married people, like, oh, they saw a woman. If they saw a woman, how they did in my culture, it's like she's big, she's tall, she's a huge woman with my huge son. That's just gonna create a
They're not cut
huge
up like the Liver King.
person.
They might be huge
No.
where they can throw a keg over the moon, but they're not cut up like the Liver King.
Yeah, the Liver King is definitely not natural, and he's been outed for sure. But yeah, you can tell
Really?
natural versus not natural. Like a natural, you could have a natural nice body. You're not gonna have massive shoulders and freaking
So
huge
here's my
pecs
question.
if you're not or what?
Why do all that shit and then inject yourself, Liver King?
Liver King gay.
Gay. Liver King's gay.
But why? Like, don't shower, don't brush your teeth, don't do that, don't do this. You stink, all that. Don't
It's a grift.
shave.
It's a grift.
Yeah.
Yo,
He's
I'm
really
tired
laying
of
in
this
the Hilton
bullshit, yo.
Hotel in the deep bathtub, getting salt scrubs and getting his
Everybody's
beard.
a fucking
Yeah, it's all fake. Everyone's a
liar.
liar.
It's just annoying, y'all.
Hold on.
Persona.
Hold on.
Everybody's
So you
a
hold on. This
fucking
is all for
liar.
Layla.
Do it again.
Everybody's a
Just a
fucking
fucking
liar.
liar.
I should have had my other glasses on. Sorry.
It's fucking
I just
annoying.
wanted to point out on your ketchup rant that ketchup is basically syrup for meat.
It's so gross.
Meat syrup.
Syrup.
I have-
What
I
about
judge
barbecue
you.
sauce?
Get your goddamn meat syrup.
If I
Isn't that
sit
the
down
steak?
with you and you put A1 on something I cooked you,
Dude,
we're
I'm
just
gonna
not
get so
even.
pissed.
I already know how much conversation
I'm already
we're going to
getting
be
a
able
bit
to get
angry.
into.
Yeah.
Like,
I love A1.
We're
I'm
done.
just like, oh, you don't know what good meat tastes like. You've never actually had somebody cook you some good meat
A
in your
nice
life.
steak.
Yeah, like
Uh-huh.
A1 is disgusting.
It is gross.
It's
Oof.
disgusting.
It's what you put on a fucked up steak.
Yeah, it's what you put on a burnt steak that has no life
Yeah,
left in
exactly.
it.
Hear
That
me out,
steak's
though.
been frozen.
Shula sauce.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Like I'm eating steak right now, and I can't have sauce, but I do love some A1. It's freaking good. But I like it mixed with like what's it called?
A1. It's not even gay. It's trash. Gay people would not eat A1.
No, but you got to mix
Liam
it with
Perrins, maybe.
horseradish. It's so good when you mix the two.
Horseradish.
No, you don't
See?
need horseradish
Prime
with
rib.
A1.
Horseradish.
Horseradish is
I
just
like it.
horseradish.
I know, but I like it
Horseradish is
mixed.
for
can be
prime
on.
rib.
It's fine on prime rib. It never needs A1 with it.
Yes.
Ever.
Agreed.
It's good together. I promise.
You know
I
A1's
kinda
bad
think-
because they had to put its first place twice.
I think steak is kind of gay. Like if you really like the taste of meat in your mouth, I feel like that's probably a gay thing.
Oh my
Maybe
God, are
it
you
is.
vegan?
Well, why?
Vegan
Pretty
is
Don't
gay.
you
so
think like a
super
man
gay.
I'm so
could like
gay.
a pussy
I
in
am
his
so
mouth and
gay,
a girl
sir.
could like a sausage in her mouth? Like, don't you think they could be separate meats?
You don't like some meat beef curtains? Come on.
Hot dogs
You
are
don't
gay.
like a little
Whoa.
you don't like to
And
eat a
this
little
is the
beef
time
curtain
that
a
you
little
put that. I
bit?
hope the kids are to bed. When the beef curtains come open, that's when. Once the beef curtains open up on the good guys.
I just imagine someone like rolling it up like an old like a theater curtain.
I always picture the big Montana from Arby's. I always 100% of the time when
The
somebody
big
says meat
Montana.
curtains, I just picture the big Montana. I almost feel like that's what that girl's nickname would just be in the sorority.
Big
Beef
Montana.
curtains.
Yeah, like
Dude,
if we were
you
all
know-
showering together and somebody had extra meat, because I will tell you, I've been with a lot of women. No vaginas look the same. No vaginas look the same. Ladies don't need to be insecure about their vaginas. No vaginas look the same. Just the same as hardly any penises look the same. I don't have as much experience in that. But if some lady has a whole, like if she's beef curtains and we were in a gang, I would call her Big Montana. But it would have to be a way we were all comfortable with seeing each
Right,
other's
right.
vaginas. Like we were all just hanging out, sitting like I'm sitting now, and we could all see each other's vaginas, and we all had nicknames about our vaginas.
Right.
That would be really
If the
fucking
guy,
great.
if a buddy had a really weird club dick, you're like it clubby, you know?
Yeah,
It's
like
a
that would, I
term
don't
of
know what guys are up
endearment,
to,
you
but it
know?
would be
I don't
so
know.
funny if
It was like
girls
that-
just
Okay.
Wait, what are you guys talking about? Dick
Back to the
what?
whole Arby's
Wasn't that
logo.
a Bertaria shit
I'm
bullshit?
so
Wasn't that
stupid.
a box socket bullshit? Club
I
dicks?
don't know what with Bertaria.
Oh yeah,
No.
yeah, club dicks.
club dicks in
like
the
depending on the shape of your member would determine
yeah.
what your role in society would be.
Yep.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was the only people that could procreate were ones that had what you would call a lance or a sword, which meant it came to like a sharp point. But that if it had like a bulbous head or like a mushroom, then they would call that a club, and then you were basically like a lower caste, not fit for reproduction.
Sounds like the pharaohs and slavery and having everyone circumcised, and then Muslims, and then the Jews, and then sounds very interesting.
I got some ketchup. I want to read the ingredients. So
Okay.
check this out.
Hi.
So this ketchup, right? Just generic ketchup, tomato concentrate, high fructose corn syrup, second ingredient, right? Distilled vinegar, corn syrup, salt, and then less than 2% of spice, onion powder, and natural flavors, which could be anything. This ketchup over here, they don't have high fructose corn syrup. They have tomato concentrate and then tapioca syrup, distilled vinegar, and sugar. Now here's actual syrup. Like, hello everyone. All right, and Jemima
Racist.
says, I'm
Sorry.
Racist.
Racist.
Gay.
I'm paid for my work.
Racism is so gay.
No, they got rid of all the black people. That's a
You better
white
save
old
that.
lady.
Wait, they changed. Oh, that's right. It's Mrs.
That's not
Butterworth.
Aunt Jemima. That's Mrs. Butterworth.
Oh wait.
She's a
Yeah,
white
you're right.
old
You're
lady.
right.
We have
They
to
don't
get
have
a-
her.
blonde
I
with
forgot.
logos.
They got rid of Aunt Jemima, right?
Right,
now
of
it's like
course,
law
because
and
I miss her.
wait,
I miss
and
her
why was
so
she?
much.
Why was she racist? It wasn't like she was like the.
They got rid of
Maybe.
anyone any
It
person
wasn't
of
what-
color on food labels because they
what
made it
was-
sound like it was like a cultural appropriation or whatever. But
it
really now all
wasn't
they
like
have is
she
a
was
bunch of white people on
minstrels.
labels. I know, but now we have
Mm-hmm.
the white syrup lady, we have the white Quaker oatmeal guy, but we can't have anybody of color
That's
on any
Washington.
food. They got rid of the Land O'Lakes Indian,
Oh,
um,
Yeah.
that's what it was.
I hate
It
all
was
that.
mammy.
That's crap.
which
What was
really
that?
it's like y'all just stepped into that and let
still
them
got
just
Al
put white
Jolson.
people on all the
barbecue.
labels.
So this one has high fructose corn syrup as the main ingredient, which means that the number 2 ingredient in ketchup is syrup, is basically. And then it's got corn syrup, which is also in ketchup, corn syrup again, water. Wow, this actually has water in it, and then 2% of whatever else. And then we've got A1. Right
Water's good for you.
here. A1 has
They like
tomato
A1.
puree,
They use
vinegar,
orange juice for their
corn
sweetener, I
syrup,
think.
salt, raisin paste, crushed orange puree, spices. Well, this sounds actually better than all the other ones. Dried garlic, caramel color.
Yeah, it's pretty much raisin and
Oh,
orange
xanthan
juice. That's
gum.
what makes
Yeah,
it
if
like
you
that.
are going to use a steak sauce, Liam Perrin's is like sardines and apples and stuff and raisins and stuff. I kind of dig it. And vinegar.
I only use steak sauce when the steak sucks.
All I
Yeah,
gotta
Yeah,
say
exactly.
is we
Understand the
Only
humans,
when you
sauce.
fucked it up.
Yeah.
we humans have some balls to have this much trust in corporations to believe that everything that we're eating is good for you. That's how much balls we have.
I will
I
say I
love
don't
us.
care what if you're a vegan, a vegetarian, you just eat meat, you just whatever your thing is, you should just the less ingredients that you can put on your plate, the better. So if
Exactly.
you're having meat for meat, vegetable for vegetable, and only use herbs and real stuff to season that stuff,
Yes.
your palate has been poisoned. And I judge adults all the time. I can tell, I almost give adults meals and I can tell what they pick. And I'm like, huh, like I can tell how worldly they are, how like, gosh, your body, your tongue's broken. Like,
Yeah. And same thing with like soap and shampoo and all that. I have one bar of soap that has like 7 ingredients and they're all say different kinds of oil and stuff. And they're all natural. But if you go get like Zest Fully Clean or Irish Spring or whatever it is, there's like 60, 75 different chemicals that make up this soap that just go right on
That's
to the skin.
crazy. And all you
And
need
then
is
into our body.
tallow. Tallow, and what else do you need? Some
You
type
could
of
literally just bathe with oil. You can clean your body
Or
even
water.
without water if you have oil. You can
Right,
use
yeah.
like coconut oil or whatever on your body and just wipe it off, and that's
Yeah,
actually cleaner than
that's
water
like
and soap.
I was telling my son, as he's growing up, because he was like, oh, he was brushing his teeth, right? And his mom taught him to brush his teeth. And he's brushing his teeth. And I'm like, how's the toothpaste taste? And he's like, oh, it's good. I'm like, that's just soap that you're putting in your mouth that's like flavored. You better not swallow any of that. He's like, what? And I'm like, yeah. And that kind has poison in it. It's called fluoride. So I gave him this whole crash course. And I'm like, you want to see what Dad brushes his teeth with? And I got out some baking soda and I sprinkled it on there. And I got out some hydrogen peroxide and just put a little tiny bit on there. And I'm like, this whitens my teeth and stuff.
That's sad, but you have white teeth.
But you brush to get all the crap out. You don't have to like drill and try to make it all shiny or whatever. Like you just trying to get like the chunks that are stuck, especially after you eat meat. You know what I mean? And then toothpicking and stuff like that. But the diets are just so terrible. Like all the sugar and everything is so bad that's why people's teeth are like rotting and stuff.
Yeah.
And
it's not helping your teeth at all. They're finding that it's actually weakening your teeth, your enamel. That's why people are having all these problems. Because back in the day, they didn't.
And everything.
Don't eat sugar, man.
Doesn't
literally
it seem
everything.
like
Soda,
somebody uses
kill your
chapstick
fucking teeth.
and then it tells your lips to stop producing moisture, and then they're always the one with the crusty, dry lips?
Oh yeah.
Everything becomes the respirator. Every single thing they do is a respirator for your human body to stop producing that thing. So
Even
the
if you
second
have
you
oily
get put on your
skin,
everything. If you if you have oily skin, put oil on it.
You need
Your
to put
body
oil
will
on your
stop
skin,
producing
yeah.
excess oil. Instead, people have oily skin. They dry it out. They try to
Yeah.
dry it out, and it tells their
And it
body
gets
keep
worse and worse.
producing oil. Like it's just so crazy. You watch people
Yeah.
just do things over and over again.
Yeah, and like the same thing on shampoo, because it'll say wash, rinse, and then repeat. And like that's never ending. What do you mean wash, rinse, and then repeat? And then you get to wash and rinse, and then you have to repeat again, and wash, rinse, and repeat again. And
When
like
do
these
I
people are just
stop?
washing all of the good stuff out of their hair and out of their body and stuff. And you don't even need that. Like your body needs to be dirty for a bit. It needs, and then when you wash, it's because
You get
you have
your
something that
smell.
doesn't belong on your body. Like, you went
In
into
India.
some nasty lake or something and you have crap all over you or whatever, then you wash it off. You don't have to wash every single day, and you don't have to use shampoo and all that crap every single day. You know what I mean? Like that's consumerism. They just want their product
In
to be used up
India,
quicker.
you notice how all the girls have this beautiful, long, luscious hair? It's because they do oiling on their scalp. It's like an intense, heavily oiled massage in your scalp, and you sleep in it, whatever, and you have the long, strongest hair. And I used to make fun of people who used to wash their hair with vinegar. This is a thing. And the girls that I knew that washed their hair with vinegar, if you saw their hair thick, the hand gesture is not appropriate, but thick band of hair, like long, dark,
thick
huge.
Go ahead, show us.
Well, you're
What
actually
is it?
thinking,
What's it look like?
wash your hair with
Is
baking
it
soda
really
because
big?
it'll
Like,
exfoliate your scalp.
It's just
And
big.
then
Yeah,
how
that's
big
too.
is
you
it?
condition
like
your
the
hair
Is it like?
with vinegar, because vinegar is like restores the pH, and so it's used as a conditioner. So, and it also is like if your kids keep getting lice because it's going around the school or whatever, if you condition their hair with vinegar, they won't.
Then you
bring
a
it
dirty
home.
bitch. Then you a dirty bitch. Oh, sorry. What were you?
That's what I thought until I learned.
If your kids keep getting lice,
I need
you a
a
dirty
dirty
bitch. You a
woman.
dirty
No,
bitch.
it's called schools or gymnastics. As it happens,
Because school's a dirty bitch. School's a
School
dirty
is a
bitch.
Where
dirty
does
bitch.
lice come from,
Schools, the
though?
same as
How does that
hospitals, the
happen?
same as prisons. Every single one of those buildings are filled with disgusting things. Humans shouldn't live
Dude,
like that. And
you
so schools
guys.
are the same as all those. They have
Yeah,
staph infections inside and lice in the
but where
building.
does lice come from?
It's just another bug like fleas or bed bugs or any of
Parasites.
these other.
Yeah, but where do they
Listen,
come from if they're indoors and you're indoors? Like,
They're
where is it coming from?
the same way a
Africa.
bee can
Parasite,
fly
like
They're
inside.
from animals.
it's from the
They
same
come from
freaking
animals.
family that never treats it, and the whole family always has it, and they're always getting sent home for lice. But then they happen to wear a headset, and then your kid wears the headset, and then your kid brings it home. It just always freaking happens.
I'm going to tell
It's
you a real
horrible.
story. One time I got lice when I was a kid. and my mom, you know,
One
washed
time
her
at
hair
band camp. No, let me stop.
with the lice shampoo. And the lice shampoo was like next level. And my mom told me in the shower, don't open your eyes. And I was like, yes, ma'am, don't tell me what to do
Oh
in my
God,
head.
Chaney.
Uh-oh.
So I opened my eyes with the lice shampoo in my hair. And I, no joke, was blind for 1 week. My parents thought I had lost my vision. Like they thought like the
Yikes.
lice shampoo in my eyes, like I just had my eyes were just shut. You know how like if you get something in your eye, how you can't open it, it just
Yeah.
burns if you try to open it or hurts. That's what it was like. I had something permanent in my eye, and because I couldn't open my eye, they didn't want me to get an infection behind there. So yeah, that
know
was
what's
when
weird
I was a
about
dirty bitch with lice.
what's weird
My
about
mom
lice?
almost killed me with the lice treatment. I left it on overnight instead of having me go rinse it out. And I was so sick the next day. Like I was vomiting, freaking sick as fuck because I, like
Oh my God.
when I was a
The
dirty
lice
bitch.
that we get are human lice, and they only affect humans. Like that, like lice that you would find on like a monkey or on any other animal. Those are like lice specific to those animals. So it's kind of wild that the lice that we get are specifically adapted just to feast on humans. And there's also
What the
I
fuck?
think there's two kinds of human lice. One of them is for your hair, but then there's also a body lice. But those two lice,
Crabs.
they
Crabs.
both
Yep.
evolved from the original, just straight up human lice.
Oh my
Crabs.
gosh.
Lois.
Okay,
I didn't
back
know
to
what
the
a
whole
crab
Arby's
was.
thing. Can I talk about the
Lois.
Okay,
Arby's
I'm gonna
logo?
say this right now for the gays. Well, not for the gay men. Sorry, gay men.
Gays.
But that straight people problems.
What, crabs?
What? What? Oh, crab.
Crabs?
No.
Is crabs
That's
I
in
know.
straight people
It's
thing?
like if you're
I don't know.
rubbing coochies with somebody, anybody, you
Straight
can get
people
it.
problems,
No,
but I don't know.
listen.
Maybe ladies
You
aren't
can
just
get it
walking
from a
around carrying
toilet.
that
I
shit.
know for a fact you can get it from a
Yeah,
toilet.
even the toilet. Yeah.
Look at sure, Jan. Just like you can
I
get
know.
pregnant from the toilet.
No,
Well,
for
maybe
real.
you
This
can.
is like an
Jan.
actual
Oh
thing.
my gosh, Joseph, I don't know what it was. It was the toilet seat, I swear. That's where I got crabs.
I was in the same PE class with my friend. And this fat was sorry, but she starts talking to us. She never talked to us. We were like dressing out for PE. I gotta swallow. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm like, this is painful to watch,
This
and
is
all I'm
getting
thinking
good.
of your
Okay,
special
okay.
ed friend humping the corner of a bed and getting bed bugs in her
She's-
coochie.
yeah, she looks at us. Am I supposed to look at each other? What the fuck, right? Then we're getting to
We're
the bell
off
rang.
the
We're getting
rails
ready to go
so
out.
far. We're on the
Yeah.
bright line on the way to Miami.
So anyway, my friend, we were like freshmen. She's a virgin for sure. Okay. And we walk out or whatever, and she had to go to the bathroom. That girl, all the stalls were like full, and that girl walks out of the bathroom, and she went in and used the bathroom after her. And that day she's like, oh my God, I just saw something in my underwear. That girl fucking had crabs and gave it to her. And she like basically told us she had crabs. So
Yeah,
she got it from a toilet
this is
seat.
a thing. I remember like even watching
yeah.
on a TV show. I forgot what TV show it was, but it's
Uh-huh.
supposed to be sitting on the toilet. You could just get
Dirty
it.
bitch. And I'm just saying,
We
straight
gotta
people
clean that
problems.
toilet, man. Like, you can't sit down raw on the public toilet. That's
I know.
Thank
I'll
God
raw
for
dog
those
the public
paper
toilet.
sheets.
Uh-huh.
You know, just
Who
pulling
out
out.
there's raw dogging a boy
You know,
toilet
and she's
these
like,
days?
"Hey,
Who the
y'all,
hell's
look!
out
I
there?
got some bugs in my panties.
I got bugs in my pants.
I
Holy
got
shit, Jim!
bugs in my
You got
drawers."
you got bugs in your drawers?
Everybody
Damn,
got bugs in
Jim!
them.
What kind of public toilet you going to?
dude. I
God
Out
woke
in
up
knows how.
here, you know, people got all sorts of shit out there. You don't trust them public toilets in no more.
Yeah. I woke up with pink eye one time, like full on pink eye, and I thought I was turning into an
I'm
alien. I
talking
didn't know
about.
what it was.
Ain't
Like,
no
Really?
pink
my
eye
eye
right
was
there.
gigantic, like Rocky
That
style, and
sucks,
I couldn't
dude.
like open it. And I looked in the mirror and I was scared. Like I scared myself in the mirror because I looked like I had a big old alien eye, and I didn't know what it was. And I guess you get pink eye from feces, like getting feces in your eye. The night
Yeah.
before we went to a skating rink and I
Oh,
was like
everybody
playing
here
video
was thinking
games,
poop eye
like
about you already.
what?
I said everybody in here was thinking poop eye about you until
Yep.
you. Then you said,
Yeah.
"Oh,
Should
I don't
I?
know if you guys know you get feces in your eye." Everyone was like, "Mm-hmm."
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's good to wash your hands after you like. I was in the arcade, and so I was touching all this public stuff at the skating rink or
People
whatever.
kicking
and then,
their
like,
ass and shit.
and then
Yeah.
I'm just touching
Like
my
touching
eye,
the
and then
fucking
it gets in my
buttons.
eye.
They say parents will get pink
Children,
eye a
man.
lot just because, like, cleaning
Kids.
kids and kids' fingers and
Yep.
kids'
Once
nails.
I learned what it was and that it could get me out of school, then I started rubbing my eye a bunch before school when I was in
Just like
elementary
rubbing
school.
shit in
Look,
his eye to get out
I
of
have
the
would
pink
class.
eye.
I would just skip
all,
class and go straight to the
taking
nurse's
it,
office. And
I thought you were
my
going to tell me a
teacher
special
says I
ed
have
girl accidentally used your eye as a bathroom.
ew. No.
It was after she was humping the couch and got the cooch.
Now it's
Cooch
the only way that I can get off.
all
But whatever.
crabbed up. Got her
Yes.
cooch all crabbed up from the humping the couch.
Do you think a
And then
cooch?
she
That's a Vegas couch.
Don't bring your old special ed friend over to get crabs on her couch again,
that's
Gordy.
you take that you keep that special ed kid at home because if I
Keep her, we
get
don't-
crabs in my couch again, I don't care if you get drunk and vomit on it, but you fucking get that special ed kid in here.
That's a great example. If you ever want to get out of a commitment too, you can just tell someone that you got crabbed up. Just like
My
what's
couch
the
is all
explanation?
crabbed up.
It'll probably work.
Sorry, I'm all crabbed up this week.
I'm all crabbed up today. I'm so crabbed up today.
I think it's crazy too because they call them crabs and they're not crabs per se.
Oh.
So like I talk about the correlation between seafood
They're
and
closer to
shellfish
lice,
and actual
right?
insects.
Yeah, they're
All
called
right.
body
I mean, they are
lice.
crabs.
Body
like,
lice.
technically, and crabs are
Mites.
Crustaceans.
Yeah,
Or
you got
mites,
ocean
right?
versions of that too.
Mm-hmm.
They're just gigantic in the ocean.
When you look at them in a microscopic level, it looks the same as like those. They have those fucking giant ones in the ocean, like those. I can't remember what those little those giant
They have sand crabs
trilobites.
and trilobites.
fucking
Oh,
trilobites and those giant sand fleas that they
Yeah.
will actually eat. You can
Yeah.
actually eat them.
They
Yeah, the
do look
Mexicans in
just
California
like
scoop
that.
them up every day and they sell them and they fry them
Yeah.
or whatever.
Oh my gosh, it just makes me think that the crabs and the
So
things like
weird.
what okay. If it's
So weird.
giants fractal down, giants fractal down, giants fractal down, giants fractal down, and then it's like a dry lake bed, but maybe the right time of year it gets moist enough, and then the crabs come back to life. Like, are we just seeing these lice? Like, if Layla's saying the earth is breathing, does it also have all these same parasitic ailments that we have going on in our skin all the time? Like, to the exact level. Like, if you pick up sand on my beach, you can
It's all
see the
baby
shells
shells.
fractaled down. Like, you can see it all go smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So what if we're kind of like that? So even the bugs on our skin is
Well, when-
just a small version of
Yeah, when you
something.
think about it, the earth is like a large human. It births, fungus, minerals. It's like everything that's made up of a human.
Well, if you ever read the Gaia theory, I think his name was James Lovelock or James Lovejoy. James Lovelock, I think. But he describes the Gaia theories that the Earth is its own animal and it has its own immune system, and that, like the Great Flood, for example, that's kind of like just the white blood cells coming and wrecking shop and just like clearing out all the bacteria because it realizes it's under threat. And I kind of really like part of his Gaia theory, and the Gaia theory is almost like, don't worry about pollution, don't worry about like destroying nature, because the earth can take care of itself. Like, what you should worry about, don't worry about the earth, worry about yourselves, because at a certain point
You
the
are your
earth's
own
gonna be
earth.
like, man, I really don't like that itch, let me just scratch that itch real quick, and then that's just all of humanity's just gone.
Well, that's basically true on every level, though. Like, if you want to change the earth at all, you have to start with yourself. You can't, like, shouting revolution and fucking picketing is never gonna fucking get what you want. Like,
I
what's
declare
gonna get what you want
bankruptcy.
right?
Bankruptcy!
Do you-
Bankruptcy!
Okay, so
I
if like
declare-
as above, so below, and it's just a bigger thing, what if we were talking about a flood and a rainbow and everything? What if it is possible to reflood if the ages are just the womb filling up again with water? And so it's only possible
Birthing
for an
something.
age to happen in a birthing cycle. And so the waters break,
Yeah.
which would be a great flood. And then that would take some time again. So whatever, every animal has a different birthing cycle. So you would always
Mother
have a
Earth
great
does.
yeah, you would have a great flood during every birthing cycle. And it could be giving birth to lands or giving birth to sky or color or whatever. But I don't know.
Yeah, that's how it's described in the book of Revelation before the next apocalyptic events that it talks about, is that there's this dragon that's poised to pounce on a woman that's about to give birth to the light of the world. And these are like the signs that they gave people to look for to know that a transitional period was coming where Mother Earth gives birth to this like light and or whatnot, which Mother Earth was like also symbolically Mary, like the mother of Jesus or whatever, or the waters, or Mori of the earth. And on top of that, back to like rainbows and everything, the earth goes through that too, as far as like identity. Maybe not an identity crisis, but like I was talking about shifting between energies. So we live in an energy right now, it seems to me, that is male dominant, or it's a projection, or it's very dominantly male, like outward in your face. But in olden times or ancient times, they seem to have a more feminine vibe or a feminine energy. And then the things that resonated with that were more goddess worship and matriarchies and respect for the females and whatnot, for their abilities, especially if they were more telepathic and stuff. But anyways, this is where the ancient idea of like man tends to see the spiritual and then personify it and then make it personal and make it human, right? So
Right.
I have a theory that, remember I was talking about like these beams of light that shoot up into the sky. At the center of the world, there's Mount Meru, which I believe is a plasma volcano or just a huge cavernous open mountain. And it's the biggest entry into the earth. And if that's true, and it shoots up this beam of light or this pillar or column, and then it spreads out at the top when it gets close to the firmament, that light was seen as it was personified as Adam Kadmon in Jewish mysticism, as like different figures throughout time, Jesus, etc. It turned into religions and stuff, but it was personified, which means they gave it a sex. Sometimes it was a mother goddess that was pictured as a female holding up a torch or a lamp or a light, usually blue in color. And sometimes it was a male god that provided waters, and waters came off of it, and this other symbolism and stuff. But then you have Hermes and Aphrodite together, right? The story of the original hermaphrodite, of this goddess or this god that seemed to transition between having breasts and not having breasts. And I believe, my theory is that those breasts are on the side of that stick figure that shoots up out of the sky. It also branches down at the below, so it looks like legs. Off to the sides of it, there are these toroidal circles or instabilities that form all the way around it. There's actually a toroidal field 360 degrees. But on the sides, you would see the most dense parts of it, which would look like two balls or two eyes, if you see it as a head or something, or two breasts, right? And then sometimes those instabilities, one side would be more powerful as it goes up one way, so that instability would disappear. And so they would see it as the breast disappearing, giving rise to like Amazon or Amazonian myths. Or sometimes they would both disappear entirely, and then it would be seen as more of a male figure when it was looked at as a stick person. So you have a blending of Hermes, the thrice great, and Aphrodite or Venus, the love goddess, who like caused things to grow and stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always, I mean, my head always goes to owls, but that is the face of the owls. is
Yeah.
two
Tits.
two tits,
Boobies.
Yeah.
two
Tetas.
toroids, yeah, and it's our own energy field.
Yeah, that's
You
why
can
that
feel it
goddess
when you.
has the owl.
Uh-huh.
Athena,
Athena is the owl. Mm-hmm.
right?
Athena,
So, like,
from what
owl.
I understand, is translated Atana, meaning moon goddess.
Yes.
Mhm.
See,
Mhm.
okay, that's interesting because, like, in my theory, that beam that comes up out of Mount Meru goes up and actually hits an inverted portion of the firmament, which is a dome that faces us, which is also like the all-seeing eye and other things. But that's the moon. Like, that's my theory, is that that's the actual physical moon that projects the light that we call the moon. And the light that we call the moon is a projection of a portion of the firmament above us. And if that's true, then Athena would be the goddess of the moon because she would be standing right underneath it if she represents that earth energy that shoots
With
up.
the owl on her hand.
Mhm.
She always carries the owl. An owl is a representation of the night.
And it's
The
also
owl's
Atlas,
also our victim. I don't even want to say the word in case we're on YouTube, but a grape nuts victim. That was actually, and that was almost a weird punishment for being the reception of a grape nuts victim.
Grape nuts victim.
Well, as far as the
Wait,
goddess
what?
right
What
now.
code is that?
I'm
It
slow
means
right
taken
now.
advantage of.
Me
The
too.
owl, the actual owl, Athena's owl. That owl was a female that ended up getting violated by one of the gods.
Oh yeah.
And-
Oh yeah.
Great.
I got you. Mhm.
In a front to have been violated by the
Yes.
gods, she gets turned into an owl. I think part of it was to,
She
like,
used to be
protect
a little woman.
so that she could hide from the god from it happening again. But like, she got the
Yeah.
raw end of that deal.
And
The
that's
Greek
a
gods were
common
so
motif.
rapey.
Well, yeah, that is a common motif amongst all of the ancient religions of antiquity. And my theory on that is that you have this blue beam of energy or terrestrial energy that shoots up, and it's seen as being taken advantage of by this opposing energy from above, which is more of a red spectrum color that comes down and envelops it. This is the cosmic wedding when it's seen as being approved of. But when it's seen as being not approved of, usually that's whenever you're going through the cycle where that beam has already been there. And then whenever it's taken advantage of, it runs away or it retracts or it goes down into Hades or hell, or it's pulled down into the underworld or whatever, because that energy has shifted. And now instead of coming up out of the earth, it retracts and goes back in. And then that cosmic energy, which is a red spectrum, is seen as having taken advantage of it during this intercourse, the mixing between like two energies,
Intercourse. Intercourse. Everything is intercourse.
Yeah.
What if somewhere they don't want us to go into Hollow Earth, because when we do go into Hollow Earth, that's how we birth more?
I tend to agree. Wherever there's going to be more energy, there's going to be more life. There's going to be more reproduction and cellular regeneration and things, making copies of things and stuff, because that's the nature of things. So I think there's lots of energy inside the earth. So beings that come out of the earth tend to be more robust and strong and healthy and tall and live much longer, etc. And also those things that are in other places beyond earth, if there are places beyond earth that are energetically charged as well, at least according to the myths and legends and religions and stuff.
Which is just realms of density, y'all.
Jay,
That's
I don't remember. I don't remember if you answered the last time you were here, but would you fuck your clone?
Say that again?
Would you fuck your clone?
No, and neither would my clone.
Okay, I just don't remember.
My
We
clone
went
either.
over
See,
that or not.
I
my
thought we were
answer
leaning
to
into
that
gay
is,
tonight, you guys.
I
know.
believe that there are what I call a fractal verse. So outside of our world, I believe there's multiple Earths, that they're all essentially a code that's repetitive all throughout the entire universe. And so you have all these little hubs of existence and experience that are called Earth. And there's many of them, and they all repeat and loop in the exact same codes. There's just slightly different circumstances in each one so that you can experience every possible outcome. As
So you're saying
God.
there is an Earth where you would bang your clone?
That's
man,
a
that's a good point.
possibility.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Yo,
I have to be fair and
Gay.
say that
Gay.
would have to be a
since
possibility, I guess.
but yo, since everything is
But
Call that the space of
perspective though,
variations, though, or the alternative
It's
space.
okay.
Same theory.
since everything is perspective
It's all
though, like who's to
hypothetical.
say how do they know that there is a universe, an expansive universe when it's all perspective? They could look through the most powerful telescope all they want, but what do they know what they're actually seeing? Like it's all perspective. This is why I'm just like, it's a cool story, but like it's all perspective because not everyone like the blue and black and gold and blue, black and whatever, the fucking dress. Like some people saw it this way, some people saw it that way. When even with hearing, they had what's that fucking word? Some people heard one word, some people heard another word. You know, it's just like all perspective. It's just I don't understand like how
How
they could
many
say that.
people though that this is what I really want to know didn't hear anything until I told them what word it was, and then they were like, "Oh, that's what I heard," or I'm like, "I saw this colored dress. This is the color it is to me," and they're like, "That's the color I see."
Yeah, that's
So
what I mean.
it's
Yeah.
no, but not perspective,
that's for
brainwashed.
suggestion.
Yeah, like that's what
Or
I
suggestion,
think.
yeah.
It's forced suggestion onto things.
Yeah.
It's like how much of it is that nobody
I
would have
mean,
saw either of those colors, but
it's
it was
really a
like, do you see
resonance.
this or this?
Yeah. So your words come out, resonate as frequency and vibrations that go
Yeah.
into another, and they resonate with that frequency that was just put into their ears or whatever, and they resonate. It changes their frequency, and so they're in tune to that, and so they will hear that, you know, whatever they're told, basically.
Like
Which
Yeah.
is
one
really
of
cool because that's why
Reticular
I like
activation
telepathy.
system, right?
that
Right.
really that sound one's a test that
But
you can tell yourself whatever the two words are. You can let's say the
Mhm.
two words are like watch and tower. I don't know what the fucking words are,
Is
but
it
you
blue
can
or is
say
it green?
watch, 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 and you'll only hear that. And you can say tower, 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 tower. You'll only hear that. The trick to teach your brain, or the thing they're like, if you see the horse going forward or backward, the thing is to stare at it or listen to it and get your brain to hear one and then the other.
Mhm.
Or watch the horse go forward
You
and then
can
watch it go backward. That's
Mhm.
where you start. It doesn't tell you, you tell it.
Well,
Mhm.
I only said what I said because they can't even get into the deeps depths of the fucking ocean, like to this
True.
day, and they think that they know what the fuck is
They
out
have
there in
they have
fucking
nothing. They have no idea
space.
what's in the Marianas Trench.
They don't know shit about shit, and it's like they're looshing us with all these fucking ideas.
Yeah.
Like, it's what is it really? To me, it's like a levels of density. It's like the lesser dense you are, the higher in the realms you go. The more dense you are, the
Mhm.
lower in the realms you are. It's like a dense a realm of density. That's what gravity is. It literally means it comes from the word gravitas, which literally means mass and density. That's how I perceive it. It's just
But that's also an understanding of gravity is that the more mass you have, the more gravitation it has. Like the more mass of a
but that also
planetary,
explains mass and density though.
right? It's the same thing.
Yeah. So it's like they try to cover it
The
up with
word
this like
comes from
imaginary force that like you can't explain it, but you can explain it through physics and the equations through mass and density and what it is. You can measure that. But gravity, you can't even measure gravity. Like what the fuck
Oh,
is that?
hey, by the way, I'm growing a sunflower, and I've been watching it for the last couple of weeks since those posts where they were saying that the sunflowers are not following the
They grow into
sun.
the sun. Yeah.
It's
Or they're
it's
supposed to.
following the fucking sun. It's fine, but they are saying that the solar flares are coming back June 3rd, right? So if the sunflowers were turning away from the sun, I'll be able to see it.
Sunflowers, gay. Gravity, gay.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Gay.
The sun travels from east to west. So like every day. It's not like it has a whole trajectory. It's not the sun doesn't stay in the same place. So I'm sure at
Right.
some point in the day, the sunflower will face the sun.
It'll catch up. It'll catch up.
Yeah, it's facing north
It's not
That's
gonna
one of those
Right now.
things,
face
like
it.
with the bear and the fucking. Would you rather be alone in a city with a bear or with a man? It's like,
Yeah.
I still choose the
City.
bear.
You moved it to the city.
it's the cicada thing.
I'm like, would
The
you
cicada
rather
cycle.
let a bear
What
do your
kind of
taxes
bear?
or like why don't we put the bear in other roles?
I know how to
instead
play
of
dead.
just
It might be a domesticated bear.
like would you rather have a bear drive your Tesla or a man?
Tesla.
Bear,
Okay.
totally.
Or a
That'd be so
bear
cool.
man. Or
Yeah,
a
or a
big hairy
bear.
a bear.
That's gay.
Okay.
If you're a big bear. Thomas is a bear.
Yeah. Like a good bear.
Yeah, like if I were a boy, I'm a seal pup.
Like a man bear.
Yeah, they're all types. Like Gordy, he is a bear cub.
Maybe.
No, he could be a bear when he needs to.
I feel like I
Yeah.
could clean
Right?
up. If I was like legit rainbow mafia, I could fucking clean up.
Oh yeah, that's what nobody ever else like. Nobody understands the type in the gay world and how important it is to lean in. If you're just a
I'm a
big,
unicorn.
huge, like straight seeming dude, you can clean up. And they don't want really somebody chiseled. They would rather somebody like strongman style. Throw the keg.
I
Gays
really,
are
you know what I
interesting.
want to happen to me? I want a trans person. I want to end up in a bathroom, a female bathroom with a trans person. I want that
Okay.
to happen. I want that experience to happen because
Right.
I have a few words. No, I want to go viral. I have a few
Is it
words
very
for those people.
particular? Is it a
Yes, you do
particular
not
To have a
belong.
man in
trans
your
person?
woman's bathroom is what
Get
you're
the
saying.
fuck out of this bathroom. That's what I feel like saying. Not because I want them in the bathroom. It's like I hope that happens so I can share a few words.
I don't even believe
And
in
then some.
bathrooms. I wish there was no bathrooms.
Man,
I
yeah,
hate
they collect
Nice
our
to
stairs,
shit.
be able to be on a
walls,
You
tree
can
or on the
think
side
about
of
it,
a
bro.
building. You know, you guys are kind of lucky there.
I am
Let's see
anti-bathroom
outside,
stalls.
man.
I
I'm
wish
like,
people
why
could
don't we
just go
just have
outside.
all solo bathrooms? Bathroom stalls are weird. They just
It's
seem like it's just set up for failure.
It's weird going to the bathroom
Long
in a
term.
house.
It's because
Like-
they collect our gold, y'all. That's why they do it. They collect the gold.
Pot of gold.
Do you know how much
that
gold?
the
There's
pot
a
of
whole
gold?
article, yeah, saying in the sewers and stuff, it's like a gold mine down there. Like it'll just settle
Yeah.
in the bottom, because
I
gold
don't
just like
think they want
settles.
gold. Yeah.
Uh,
I don't know. I mean, well,
the Golden Shit
I'm-
Club, my man.
they-
You
somebody
shit
wants
gold.
gold.
Club.
Yes, somebody wants it. But I have a theory about why they originally started even valuing gold is because it was a shiny metal. And I've seen a lot of evidence that seems to indicate that there were other shiny metals that actually lit up a long time ago, and they were what we would call today radioactive. But those shiny metals imparted healing abilities and allowed for people's lives to be lengthened or to
It had
their wounds
phosphorus
to
in
be
it.
healed, etc. So it actually had value because it extended life. But after a time, those started losing that energy, and so they lost the ability to heal. So the people continued to look for shiny metal, which is what gold actually literally means. It just means shiny.
You know
Yeah,
what's
but all the
weird?
metals are shiny though, no? Like
Well, they
silver,
collect all those
copper.
shiny ones, right?
Yeah.
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 Why? Like,
What's weird about what you're saying is that in dreaming, there are like 5 places that every person can go to in your dreams where you have pieces of what they call your lumosity. And it's usually a gold object, and you can pull your life force back into you by finding your lumosity in these areas in your dream map. And it's like, that sounds woo woo as shit, but it's like real.
No,
It's
that
real.
sounds good to me. I call those places of power. So there are vortices on the
Yeah.
earth where it builds up energy and power, and therefore people born in those vortices tend to be extraordinary, or black sheep, etc., have abilities and things of that nature. But anyways, I'm going on a tangent about.
No, you're not. It's a podcast.
That's
You're
what we do.
supposed to.
But that's why I think the Anunnaki, like, that's the whole story. Is like, oh, they needed gold because they had a cataclysmic event over on their Nibiru world or whatever. I believe that there was beings that crossed over from an opening in the sky, which looks like a planet when it's lit up or whatever, but it's just that dome I was talking about. And they come down, they get trapped down here. They've been living in under energetically amplified conditions out there in the heavens, because everyone knows in heaven you live forever, right? That's where the gods live. That's where the angels are. They're immortal in heaven. So those beings come down from the heavens already, their body is energized, robust, strong, vital, etc. So they live much longer than those people who are down here on the surface dwellers, who have lived under a pressurized terrarium conditions where all of the resources are constantly being used up and the pressure is building and there's poisons and gases and all kinds of things that contribute to a quicker death over time. But then our world opens up and there's a mixing between our world on the surface and those of the heavens. They come down. But then when our world seals back up, or the heavens seal back up and create pressure once more, then the clock starts to tick on those heavenly visitors. And they all of a sudden have lifespans. And now they're trying to scramble for ways to extend those lifespans because they're not used to that. They're used to having immortality. So with advanced knowledge, they look into things that we call radioactivity in order to stimulate cellular regeneration of their bodies. And
are you talking about reptilians?
Anunnaki.
I mean, yeah, kind
Okay.
of. I wouldn't call them reptilians.
You know,
but
okay.
yeah, they're aliens.
Here's something that came up in I think it was in one of your lives, Layla, that somebody said RH, those RH reptilians, you don't trust them or whatever. Like, what is the association with RH bloodline and reptilian specifically? Because
I think it's RH negative in particular.
RH negative in particular, right?
Who said all this? I would like to know.
Where does that come from?
Then
I want to know. Because I've never picked up a microscope and looked at different variations of blood.
Right.
And to know what they are and the making of it. The majority of us haven't.
Well,
I mean, they always want to
demonize.
Yeah.
But they always want to demonize something.
What
if that's the good thing?
Yeah, like crystals, for instance. Like it even talks about in the Bible how like the kingdom of heaven is made out of all these different crystals. Like it's like miraculous to like read in the Bible. If you guys are, into the Bible, it says it in there. And then like, this entire realm was created by God, but you want to label things that are here demonic, that it's of the devil. Like, how are y'all doing that when God
like
created everything?
Everything's witchcraft.
So
Your
like,
prayers
which craft are you
fucking
talking
spell.
about?
Your prayers are a spell.
It's
You're doing
just
witchcraft
like barbaric.
every day.
Like I don't give that entity a power. I don't know if it's real or not, but I don't give that entity a power because it has no power. Only God has power. God created everything. You, me, everything that you see, the air, the wind, everything.
Is
the trees.
God gay?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think God is like a thing to be gay or not.
He's a creator. He's asexual.
It just is. It's like I can't even fathom it.
Hermaphrodite.
I can't even fathom it. I don't think it's like a being. It's a thing.
I think I like Dr. Jer Rivera. He says that he says God, because you wonder what's outside the matrix and all that. But God is basically just plasma. It's just pure energy. Like source consciousness is what he calls it. He doesn't call it God. He calls it source consciousness. And it is the plasma.
What's that weird shape?
Which is
that
what
goes
you
on
are,
and on
which is
and
what
on
we
and
are,
on and
which is
on.
what everything is. We're
Fractal?
all just this we are source consciousness.
No, it's not fractal. It's called the thing of God.
Mandelbrot set.
Yeah, there you go.
Mandelbrot set?
Yeah. That is like that idea of like a never ending. It just continues and continues and fractals and fractals and fractals. Almost like the machine elves that just create and create and create and create. 434 talks about them.
Oh, also, in addition to like the reptilian Illuminati, whatever, falling down out of the sky, fallen angels, if they come through an opening up there, you would have all these gases up there, all these different gases during a depressurization event. And if those gases become ionized, guess what? You'll have a rainbow bridge between worlds.
I was gonna
between
ask
our
about the
world
Rainbow
and
Bridge.
their world.
Oh, I was
Right.
gonna
Oh,
say
the
that
beat
next.
belt.
Cool.
I was gonna ask. I was gonna say, did they take the Rainbow Bridge? And
Yes. Yeah.
period. Look at that. We're on the same wavelength here.
It's even depicted in like I have this other live stream going right now, which is like a repeat of like my older videos, and damn, I had a brain fart. I forgot what I was going to
Mario
say, but it
Kart.
had something to do with the Rainbow
Rainbow Road.
Bridge. Oh, Mario Kart. Yeah, that's why they have the Rainbow Bridge on Mario Kart in space, right? It's because that Rainbow Bridge is a connection between here and the other side, and those are just different gases that become ionized that glow in different colors, and people see this
Yeah.
rainbow connection between worlds.
That's
Did any of
it.
you guys
Yeah,
play
like seeing
Harvest
cities
Moon?
in the skies. Huh?
Harvest Moon was a great game too, and they had the rainbow. You had to build the Rainbow Bridge, the
I
Rainbow
truly
Road.
wonder about Mario. I haven't seen any conspiracy videos on them, and I know a few of y'all been down the rabbit hole of Mario, but truly I feel like they show us like the different realms or the different possibilities of like traveling and what exists outside the
Well, have you
reality.
ever seen that Mario is all Freemasonry? Like starting
Yeah.
in Mario Brothers 3, that like it's all checkerboard floors. They
Checkerboard.
find a magic flute, which is a nod to Mozart's magic flute, and then in the Mario 64, they also have that checkerboard floor, but that it's basically going through like a Freemasonic initiation.
Yeah. So I have a theory about the whole black and white symbolism. I think it relates to what we were talking about earlier with the sepia tone and the monochrome that the world goes through with color spectrum shifts. We end with the rainbow. We end with all the colors, every color there could be, until it's just chromatic. You know, it's pearlescent and opalescent. It's just shimmering all over the place, all the different colors, which we're starting to see a lot of that in the sky. Like if you look at different clouds and stuff, just people are starting to see rainbow clouds and crap all over the place. But that's the end of it, is every single color that there can be. And then there's like prophecies of like rainbow warriors and rainbow children that rise up, and all this rainbow symbolism that's towards the end of a cycle or an age. And then whenever it resets and goes back, we get one color to begin with, which I think would be purple, honestly. Like I think it would start off with the purple flash and then ease into red and then ease into orange and then ease into yellow as the pressure builds back up.
Wasn't purple one of the colors that doesn't exist or something like that? Or
Allegedly didn't
Yeah.
exist in
Well,
nature.
blue, which has, purple has blue.
Not true. It shows up in nature all the time.
yeah, it does. That's
Right.
it's so weird, these fucking theories, man.
I don't
Like,
understand the blue thing either, really.
yeah,
So
like
it hasn't
blue,
been a
blue blood
perception
crabs.
thing. It had to have been a perception thing, which means the perception was either the person perceiving it or the environment. So that
Right.
means the color of the sun makes a complete sense.
Yeah, it's not the pigment that changed or didn't exist. The pigment blue existed.
Well, it's like
but
what
It's
I
your
was
design as a human.
Change the color.
like fucking with this thing, you know? Like
Yeah,
clearly
you just
I'm
changed all
gonna
your color.
right, exactly.
Like the people
I'm
who are
completely changed
colorblind
now.
can see a certain spectrum of color, while some
Ooh,
others
I'm
can
so
and can't, and it's
gay.
different.
That looks like
diff-
Willy Wonka when he goes through the tunnel.
Like a disco in here. I should have
Do
my
you
hand up.
believe in life
Oh, but in
after
regards to
love?
that Rainbow Bridge, they say that, you know how like in the movies, in the Marvel movies, they show Thor always like taking the Rainbow Bridge. That's totally wrong. Thor never gets on the Rainbow Bridge. He's the only of the gods that doesn't take the Rainbow Bridge. He walks in the water. He goes and walks on water, basically. All the
Well,
other
that's-
gods take the Rainbow Bridge.
Do you find it weird that so much of it all feels like it all wraps back around and gets tied back into Norse mythology at some point, which used to be the most outlandish of them all to me, and now it's like,
Yeah.
is it though? It's really not. It's totally not.
If I could walk
The
on
realms,
water.
maybe, instead of planets, all of
My
it. It's
theory
just
on that is that
true life.
there used to be an actual continent at the North Pole, and
Yeah.
that there's
The tree
people that
grew up.
came out and dispersed, and then they settled the northern area, slowly integrating southward as they went. And so those are the older of the stories. Even in the Vedas came from these beings that came from the north and brought all this teachings down into the southern realms or whatever. So these people, for a while stayed in the Garden of Paradise or Hyperborea or all these different, names for a paradise type atmosphere or land or whatever beyond the north. And then something happened that was cataclysmic in nature and forced them out. And then they went out by the tribes or families or whatever. And then they settled the southern areas where we live today, integrating amongst the southern survivors that decided to just wing it and stay, out where we are today during their apocalyptic cycles. They didn't go north to safety or whatever. So a lot of those religions and stuff, like Jesus walking on water, Thor walking on water, I think all that stuff comes from the North Pole and those North Pole lands. I think that many of our quintessential countries and river systems and holy mountains and all those stories actually come from the North Pole. Like one person was like, I heard a lot of people say, well, they used to think Egypt was the center of the world. Yes, but what if the Egypt that wasn't the modern Egypt of today? What if Egypt was actually Babylon and akin to Jerusalem and places that were closer to some sort of God figure that everyone surrounded and worshipped or saw and witnessed? And you know what I mean? Like
That's what the
these
Illyrians
energetic
thought.
events.
Well,
Illyrians thought that they were the center of the earth, and they still to this day think that they're the center of the earth,
But
like the
think
whole
about it
Roman
like
Empire
this.
area.
But think about it like this. Like, okay, we have like Amsterdam, and then they created New Amsterdam, and they have York, and then they created New York, and we have Mexico, and they created New Mexico. Like, how do we know that Egypt is the original Egypt? Like, it
Yeah.
literally could just be like named like Atlanta. Just
Yeah.
I
I've
mean,
gone over so many old travelogues, especially from like the Middle Ages and before, that are now considered fiction. But back in those times, they were historic record. And many of these people that went beyond the north talked about Babylon the Greater and Egypt the Greater, or when referencing modern Egypt, they'd say Egypt the Lesser or Babylon the Lesser or whatever. And it was like clear
New Mexico.
indications. Yeah. And then all these old lands were near each other too. So like on today's modern map, it doesn't add up to the way that the ancients described the positioning of these important places and markers and stuff. They're in different places now. You know what I mean? Like the best example is modern, especially biblical scholars. They just swear up and down the Garden of Eden is in the Middle East somewhere in the desert. And the reasoning is because, well, there's a river over there named Euphrates, and there's one right next to it named the Tigris. Great. Well, that's only half of it. You're missing the other two rivers. You're missing all the other geography that was described in great detail in many legends and many different religions about this garden paradise. I'm like so excited about this right now. I don't know why I'm all like, but I'm very passionate about this. Like people are like, oh, that's paradise out there. It's like, no, you're missing all the other puzzle pieces. You can't just say, well, that one's Egypt. I mean, that one's Euphrates. That one's Tigris. They have nothing else in common. And therefore that's the original Jerusalem. And that's the original Holy Land. And that's the original places or whatever. No, I see so much evidence to the contrary.
Yeah. How many
Especially
places are named after other
land.
places? So even the Illyrians could be, but then again, it's like, they maybe weren't even from that land originally. You know what I'm saying? That could be the new.
Yeah, we have fake news today. What makes you think that we didn't have fake news back then?
I guarantee
fake
they always
information.
had.
Yeah, it's like what do we consider evidence nowadays? Like, how can you consider this piece of paper evidence? Like, how is anything even evidence? Like in that text,
personal,
first-hand accounts.
Everybody can.
I think that's
anything.
evident.
Anybody
that's
can
evident.
Anything.
Yeah.
But like
All it takes is
things,
two people
even as
to
a
get
school
somebody
teacher,
locked
like
up.
you can only trust firsthand.
I'm thinking too deep, y'all, in the philosophy like style of like, people lie, humans lie, they create things, they draw, they use imagination, and it's just like, what is real? Like, how do we call any of this evidence? It could just be a depiction or a drawing of somebody that thought that this is what the land looked like, or God knows what. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like to me, evidence is what a person vibes with. You know what I mean? Like if you vibe with that, then it's
like
evidence.
your evidence for your belief, for your
I trust my like I'm trying to I'm watching that stupid sunflower to trust my own
Yeah.
experience, you know.
Yeah.
Like I want to know, you know,
Authentic
I
truth.
believe the earth is spheroid, like maybe egg shaped, but I think it's much bigger, and I think it's a lot less understood than we know, like what we're told. But everything is a toroid. Like our everything with as within, so without, right? Our bodies, you can feel it when you start doing energy work. You can feel that your body has toroids. You have an energy center that goes
Mhm.
straight up and down, and everything's toroids. And you can feel when you are grounded to the earth that it is a toroid. Like when you are around a great tree, when you're meditating
Hmm.
with a great tree, it is
Yeah.
growing in a toroidal circle, like in and out, like its root system and the the growth, and it is providing all this shelter and stuff. It's like it is a microcosm of the earth itself, you know.
Mhm.
And you can tell that it's all fractal.
Yeah. The shrooms
I
show
don't
you
care
that
what.
it's fractal. The
Yeah, that's
acid
true.
shows you that it's fractal. The ayahuasca shows you it's fractal.
You don't
The
even need it though.
peyote shows you it's fractal. What
Fasting,
about
fasting
yeah?
shows you it's fractal.
What about what's the one that people are scared to take? Salvia?
DMT.
Salvia.
Does that show
Oh
you that
yeah.
it's fractal?
I don't
Oh yeah.
know.
There
Does
you
it?
go.
Yeah.
They all show you it's fractal.
Oh, I don't know.
Salvia is more like you feel that it's fractal. So I can't remember who
Ooh.
came up with this one, but the best example that we live in a fractal universe is just that people make people, and that the people that were made by other people make more people, and like that is fractal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything is fractal here. It's born, it lives, it dies. And it's reborn again, it lives and dies, and born again, and lives and dies,
Because that's
etc.
where I even like they talk about plastics not breaking down and shit, and it's like, you know what though? It's all made of the same materials. It is all natural if you want to get down to it. Like
Yeah.
everything
That's
is
true.
recycled.
Oh, you
Didn't
guys
God
ever?
just want microplastics in our balls? Like that's part of God's plan, is it not?
Wanna
You've
go check
got
'em out?
microplastics in your balls.
You know I
Forever
would do that.
chemicals in the
Collection plan.
balls.
I'd tweeze
You've
that
got
shit. It's called tailgates,
tweet
and you need
that.
to out of your
There is
shampoo and your
things
soaps,
though.
and not have a plastic shower curtain. There's reasons. Don't drink out of plastic, men. It also
Mhm.
lowers your testosterone.
And part of
So,
the thing is
What's
there's
the shit?
things that are
Yeah, see,
done
I'm drinking
with
out of glass again
talate
chemicals
now.
that
starts with
could never be
Talate.
done in nature.
Right.
What's
Like
that?
that's the problem. It's not because everything doesn't go back to nature, because
No, I
there's
know,
processes
but it
that are
is.
done in this seance science that would never happen in nature. And so we're now mixing
Mhm.
chemicals and processes that nature would never do. And so
It
then we're
separates
putting
us first.
that back out into the universe or
Yeah.
into the
I know.
ether,
I'm
into
being a
the
smart
ocean.
ass when I'm saying
And
that
no, but I hear
because
people say that a lot where they're like, but everything's organic if you boil it down. And I'm like,
but
no, but the
Right.
processes that are
it's made of the
done
same
make the
elements. It's
things
not,
not
yeah.
like
Right.
It's like it's an
George
amalgam
Carlin.
now. It's
George
different.
Carlin
But
addressed that, and he was like, "What if?" He's like, "People are like, plastic will kill, and don't make plastic." And he's like, "Well, what if, like, humans go away one day, and that's what we were created for, was to make plastic, because the earth needed
yeah,
plastic."
that's what I was just gonna say. Like everything,
But
I
where would we
like that
get such
idea
great
that everything
hats?
Barbie
it
world.
goes back to its natural state or is used for something else. It could be
Right.
graded up and made into glitter.
Yeah.
It could be
It has to be.
it always has a purpose, and that's the natural aspect of it.
Yeah.
It's always changing, and that's
Yeah.
what this realm is. It's constantly changing. You will change. You'll turn into ash or
Right.
goo or whatever, dirt or whatever the case may be. That's the whole point of it. It's not necessarily you going back to exactly what you started from,
Right.
but you will be changed in something else and purposed for something else, and that's you being in that natural
but there's processes that are going so that it never goes back to any of the other things. That's
Yeah, I'm
what's
never going to come
happening.
back into this
No,
thing.
no, no, no.
I'm going to go back into a new
There's
thing.
things being done by science that thing is no longer allowed. It never comes back to life. It never gets recycled into the earth again. It's no longer part of the system.
That we
might
know
be
of so far, though.
Well, yeah, you could take plastic and burn it, and it turns into vapor, and it goes back into the
Well,
air. And
you're just talking about plastic. This is
yeah,
just
but
the word that you
yeah,
guys are
but that's what
talking
we're
about that
talking
you're
about.
stuck
Yeah.
on. But I'm saying there's so many other things that everything doesn't just go back into nature. There's processes that are done that you can take two things that are organic and do things to it that are not organic to make those things never go back to organic again. That is what's happening.
But
yeah, but
couldn't
that's
those
with
things be
everything, though.
So maybe plastic will make a great day, like, oh, this new society that gets to live on the plastic land. That's like such a fairy tale fuck all of like Barbie world. Like it's not organic.
Could be,
There's
yeah.
processes that you can take organic things and make them not organic, and then they never go back to providing life again. They only take away from life.
What
So
if
like a human can turn to ash. Ash can blow
Right.
around. Ash doesn't inhibit life. It becomes part of the process. There's things that are done with science that are not natural processes that the earth would never do. That we're meddling in things. And I think it's proof over and over again that when we meddle, we try to go back and fix, and we can never fix. We can never unmeddle. And so it's just some processes aren't organic and natural.
Metal,
They're
Like
bad.
Godzilla. Just like
Metal?
Godzilla.
metal.
History
When you
shows
meddle,
again
you
and
get metal.
again.
There
When
is a
nature
devil's
points out the
advocate for this
folly
though,
of
and
man.
one of
Yeah.
my favorite theories is like the mycelium theory that mushrooms are like one huge superorganism, and that the whole reason that humans exist is because mushrooms realize that in order for them to keep existing, they have to get off this planet. So they had to create some new species that could figure out how to get off this planet and bring spores with it, so that really humans, in a non-ironic way, were put here to create plastic so that we could then go and get like interstellar travel figured out, if you believe that space isn't fake and gay, because the mushrooms realize the only way they can get spores onto another planet is by having some other species that will bring them there.
I sure do got to believe in a lot of fairy tales for this journey.
Every time mine exists.
So maybe you're right, Layla. The master mushroom is trying to create this so we can get to other planets.
No, that's not what my point was. My point was,
Yeah.
like everything has a purpose and will be repurposed.
You're right,
whether
Layla.
if
It's
it's like
interstellar
plastic
travel.
or glass or a piece of rock, eventually it'll get picked up and grinded down
That's
or
the
whatever.
thing. Plastic
You
and
know,
glass are different.
what if it?
I'm not just talking about plastic.
Earth?
I'm just talking about things in general being whatever it is that is being created. It has its own natural path and that existence of what it is. Like a pen, maybe a pen will be lost forever, but one day it will be picked up and then repurposed, or God knows what, or put in a museum, and it'll have its own identity in the future. Like that's
Or
what I mean.
become a
Like
fossil
being,
fuel or
yeah,
something.
it becomes like a natural process of things to come for it instead of like it going back to nature, but that's its natural process. Like this lighter,
It's just healing from its trauma.
1,000
It's
years
like
from now,
a
they're gonna be
rape
like,
being a
"Oh,
good
look at
thing.
my plastic crystal." Like,
yeah, like, oh, look what I found, and this was from like, oh,
Or
probably
they're like,
like
oh
to
my
year
gosh, I would have
2000.
never overcame this and came to this point in my life if I wasn't raped. It's the same essential thing. Like, oh my gosh, we would have never got to this point unless I had all of this pollution and awful thing. If I didn't have this garbage pin, I would have never known it was a beautiful piece of jewelry 1,000 years from now.
Yeah, something like that. You know,
Catalyst.
like
That's like
everything
the
has its own
golden
like little
shit.
natural purpose. Like whether it's
golden
not
shit.
natural to be here, it eventually, with our purpose of creating, since we are the creators, we create an intention for it. You know, so it has its own natural process then afterwards, whatever happens to it. Because because we are the
Yeah.
gods here when you think of it that way.
I believe that things are polluted, and so is magic. I think magic's
Mhm.
polluted, and so is creation. I think creation's polluted. So I think a lot of things that are created in this realm
Sure.
make the realm worse, and they have the realm going backward because we think that, oh, look at this plastic's organic and this pen is cool, instead of like all the things that are really organic and
Questioning
are
it,
really
yeah.
natural. It's the same way as thinking that ketchup is good and not the real tomato.
Yeah.
It's all versions of that. It's
Mm.
all versions that once you guys never try the real tomato, and if you have the ketchup long enough, if I try to introduce the tomato to you, you guys all think it's disgusting, but really it's because your palate's brainwashed. It's not because the tomato's bad and because there is a great place for ketchup. There's no good place for ketchup. It's just you're brainwashed and lazy to not go find a good tomato.
Yeah.
That's what I would say about
Or
all the
make your
argument
own-
of plastic or inorganic things. I
Or
think
make your own
everything on this realm
sauces.
that you need is already here, and all the
Mhm.
other stuff is just here to poison you and lessen your life and lessen your light. That's what I think. Even if it tastes good, even if it feels good in the monetary or the moment, it's not good for you. And instinctively, deep down, whatever your God particle is in you knows, whether it's Mountain Dew or frivolous sex, that it's not good for you. And the same as if it's plastic or not organic or a piece of trash, you can try to fairy tale it all you want, but deep down, your God particle knows it's not good and that it's shitty ketchup and not a real tomato. That's what I think, though. That's just my philosophy.
Your body knows you ate Oreos.
Yeah, I think the second you write with a quill, you'd never pick up a pen again if you actually had the intention of wanting to find real ink and a real quill. But the second your laziness got involved and you wanted it quick, a pen would always suffice, the same way the ketchup would. And that's what I think
have
intention's
3
important. I
pens
think we've
here
lost
tonight,
intention.
and not one of them freaking works.
Isn't that the most?
Why don't you
fucking
poke a
frustrating thing
vein,
in the
though, if
world?
you really had intention?
No,
Get
fuck
yourself
these
a
things.
feather and
Nope, I'm just not writing tonight.
Write it.
But that's
In
just
your
my
blood.
theory. I like the idea that everything can become magic, but I just think, all right, we're in a dirty
Everything is.
world.
Yeah.
Everything's intention, though.
And I think it's a gay, dirty world. I think they want
gay.
even, in my opinion, I think one male or female not wanting to have sex with another male or female is very normal. I think it's a very natural thing that just happens in cultures sometimes, because sometimes there needs to be more adults in a culture. And as we think too much as one man and one woman and not enough as the tribe we really came up as. And so I think sometimes you would need more adults around to take care of things. And sometimes that would be natural with the tribe, that maybe a sexuality would just curb without it being a crazy thing. The weird part is it's so natural that they had to link on all the trans fucking bullshit to it, because otherwise they couldn't blackmail politicians if they told everyone it's natural. And a real thing is, kings and politicians don't have a lot of people to rule over unless those people keep breeding. This is why you need very poor, very uneducated people to have very huge families so that you can rule over them. So sometimes homosexuality and heterosexuality and all that stuff might not be that unnatural at all. It's just a time. It could even be a season. It could be a woman just attracted to a woman for a season of her life, and that's it. And then she could crave a dick because she needs to be pregnant and spread her blood. Like, she needs to spread her seed the same way a man thinks he needs to spread his seed. She's been craving that baby in her belly since the time she was young, but her sexual partner might have nothing to do with that, and everything else is just a tie that it did. Like, a lady's wanting to breed has nothing to do with her wanting to be with a man forever. Like,
Just
a lady
girls
wanting
being
to have a
girls.
baby doesn't have anything to do with me needing to stand in front of a priest and take a vow. And so I think there's so much with sexuality that is less binary, but we have all these weird things done. And whatever is said, whatever is done, stay away from the fucking children. Stop talking to them about it. Stop talking to them about it. Stop cutting them up. I don't
Amen.
care. Whatever the kids want to
Yes.
be when they're young, whatever thing.
My
I want
God.
to be an oceanographer when I grow up. Cool. I'm going to staple flippers to your feet. You got to walk around with those feet forever. Forever. I don't care. You're 6, you're 10, you want to be an astronaut, you get an astronaut outfit. You get to wear that astronaut outfit forever. That's akin to you giving your children hormones and testosterone. And any adult out there that is honest enough about taking hormones and testosterone will tell you it is the worst torture for a kid to even fathom going through. So I just feel like a lot of people aren't going to be honest about that, but that is a journey. And so children shouldn't be taking that shit. And if you're an adult out there that think,
No.
oh, I'm just being my kid, but because this is better, there's no science that's old enough to tell you that it's better to transition your child. So if you need a
Okay.
gay person
It
to
ain't
tell you the rest
fucking
of that shit is a rhetoric,
normal.
it's a rhetoric. And you don't need gay people talking to your children about being gay. You don't need straight people talking to them about anal. Like,
Yeah.
we
No.
don't need to be talking to children about sex in general, and you don't need a guidance counselor behind a closed door talking
No.
to it. So I'm just over that children have a say-so of what they get for their future that involves medical changes. I'm over us giving like,
Oh yeah.
there has to be this bit of like, sorry, 10-year-old, how about you go back and play with your Legos? Like,
Yeah.
you don't get to decide what your gender is today. You want to wear blue? Go wear blue, bitch. I don't
Yeah.
care. You want to go play with a hammer? Go play with it. You don't need to take testosterone about it. Like,
No,
I
you
just
don't.
think we're in a silly fucking day. And so all this other stuff is always, you could debate of what somebody wants to do with their penis or vagina until the cows come home. But we can all agree, keep it away from the fucking kids. And if you're somebody out there that's wanting to read to children in drag, you're part of the fucking problem and come for you too. Like,
Yeah.
that's what does. I just feel like I'm overplaying these fucking games of him and Han, because fucking around with the kids, that's fucking gay.
Yeah.
That's fucking
And now
gay.
that we have like fucking litter
It's
boxes in the
wrong.
classroom, like the audacity. And you know who has to clean that shit up out of the fucking litter boxes? The custodians. They don't get paid enough. Kudos to
No,
the
I'm not
custodians.
playing your kid's a fucking cat.
Fuck out of
I'm
here.
not playing
I
your
have an
kid's a fucking
off-air story
vacuum.
about
Your
that.
kid doesn't get to pick pronouns. You know why? Because it doesn't fucking matter. I don't give a fuck enough about your kid for your kid. You shouldn't give enough about your kid for your kid to tell you what their fucking pronouns are. When was the last time back in the 90s anyone told you what their fucking pronouns were?
What the
Ever.
fuck? I didn't know what the fuck
Get
that
over
was. It came
yourself.
out in
Stop being
2020,
a
bro.
narcissist fucking society. Like, this is
Yeah.
crazy. How about you get good at something or become interested in something that you're actually interesting, so I don't have to talk about your sexual proclivities and insecurities on the first meeting, you fucking weirdos.
Yeah. And I think the majority of this started in 2020. Like I was learning about
Yeah.
these him, hey, they, them, this, that, da 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 da, geysers or whatever. It's just like,
No.
what? What is
That's
even
when a lot of them
that?
started to change then too.
It's just
The mind-blowing thing is the motherfucking people that went along with it like it was normal.
Yeah.
That's the mind-blowing thing.
Yeah,
Good
what the hell?
grief.
I know.
We're all
You don't
adults
fucking
that we
question. We're
decided
not questioning why you're fucking.
we call people paranoid schizophrenic. We call them fucking crazy. We're like, whoa, did you see that grown lady wanted to marry a bridge? We're
Yeah.
all like, this is Looney Tunes.
Oh my
But
God.
the second everybody wants to make up a new goddamn pronoun, we all get on board with that. Get
Yeah.
the fuck out of here. How cowardly did you guys become that you were so scared? I just
Can I
can't.
say something about women though? Here's what you women need to stop doing. Stop telling these men who are dressing up in dresses and are becoming like transgender but still look like men. Stop telling them that they look like women. Stop telling them that they look good, because they don't. They do not look good.
It's embarrassing. It's a smite.
disgusting. Like women don't even act like that or dress like that or speak like that. I'm just like, it's like a clown
normalizing-
show.
Well,
It's
here's the other way
normalizing
around too.
shame.
If you're
Like,
a
nobody
goddamn
has shame.
pregnant person with a beard, get the fuck out of here. What kind of crazy world is your child? It's up against your bosom getting fed by your tits with your bearded fucking face. Get the fuck out of here, you creep. Get the
Yeah.
fuck out of here, you fucking creep. That's creepy. You're doing creepy sexual shit. You're getting into your own sexual proclivities that you're a grown man, that we all gonna pretend that we're handing you a newborn child and you're gonna lay in a hospital bed with your legs up in stirrups and pretend you gave birth. Get the fuck out of here.
Out of here.
I'm so over it. It makes me
Ugh.
mad like the hadith.
Oh, thank you. Now you know how I feel.
Like it makes me that kind of triggered
Hey,
because
oh,
when I hear
hello.
people break the matrix, you got two transgender motherfucking women, whatever dead name, fucking saying over and over again in Latin, break the mother, and then you have Elon fucking transhumanist Musk pushing a fucking computer womb, and over again, you are a god if you create life, but if you're a woman and create life, you're just a fucking mom. But sure as shit,
Yeah.
science doesn't want anything more than to take that ability away from fucking moms. It is wild.
Thank
to me.
you. Birthing person, shut the fuck up.
Shut the
Agreed.
fuck up. So if
Shut
you're
the
like
fuck up.
playing along with this, like I can't with you.
Woman
We're
have
not
a
the
womb.
same.
Yeah. I feel weird, like in the dating world, you know, like all the stuff that we're talking about now is very new to me because I removed myself from society for a while. And then when I heard of it or I caught wind of it, like it was like a myth to me. It was like a legend. I'm like, you know, I'm sure there's a small portion somewhere out there. And then in the last 2 solid years, I don't know, somewhere in definitely the last 5 years, it blew up and started invading my own life. And like I was seeing it everywhere, all over the place. And I was like, I couldn't really come to terms. Like it's like whenever you see something crazy happen and you're like, you know, everyone else sees it and you're looking at all the other people like, does anyone see this? Like you're waiting for, you know, people to get together and discuss it or talk about it or something, but nobody does. And that led into, and that's, you know, that's other things too. But it's all been a shock to me and I didn't even really believe it. Like I had to catch myself because I grew up in Southern California mostly. And like we talked about, like something's gay, right? Like, so I said that all the time. And then there was these 3 gay dudes that were walking in front of me one day and I was talking to this other dude and I'm like, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's gay or something. I clearly meant like, that's something I think is stupid or whatever. Right. And then like all 3 of them kind of like turned around and like gave me the like, excuse me look, you know, and all of a sudden it dawned on me. I'm like,
how dare you? It was like saying the N-word.
You just committed violence against me.
Yeah, violence against me.
How dare you?
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy, man. Like that's prophecy. Dude. All that is prophecy about how the world would flip
probably a
upside down
racist
and wrong would be right and right would be wrong.
Trump vetter.
Yeah, I got
better.
I got told I was immature by a 12-year-old for saying gay. So I realized, oh, it's not politically correct now. So
I'm taking advice from a 12-year-old.
Be
Thank
like,
you
what
very
are you
much, young
talking about,
man.
midget?
I'm immature. Thank you.
I got called old fashioned by a trans kid, and I was like, yeah, an old fashioned American lesbian. Like, that's literally the name of my clothing company. Old fashioned American lesbian. Like, I cannot even fucking stand it. And I don't care how much testosterone you make. I make trans men fucking, like, I make their little swollen clits bigger, smaller dicks than they already feel like in society because they all walk around in their plaid and they have their facial hair and they're like, oh, I'm taking tea. And I'm like, you're not protecting, providing. No one sees
Are
you
they
as
having
masculine.
sex? Like I can't imagine, you know, like I just can't.
I will tell you this. This is sad but true.
That's what keeps him in business.
Sad but true. There is a lot of micro penises out there, and there's a lot of really small penises. And if you, the longer you take testosterone,
to identify,
the bigger your clit gets. And I say this all the time. Don't look it up, people, because you will be horrified. If you look at how big clits get and you look up micro penises, I'm telling you, there are straight women out there having the best sex of their life, and they're saying, "Oh my God, I had the best sex of my life with the smallest dick in the whole world." And I'm like, because you had sex with a woman.
Could be.
That's what I'm like, they're like, they knew everything because they were a girl like you. And it's like, it's just, it's befuddling what happens. That's the other thing. The surgical part doesn't happen. They could just walk around and be a guy with a micro penis.
Yeah.
Wild world. I would like to think, though, honestly, if I were a girl and I accidentally slept with a girl who had a micro penis, then I was like, you're trans, like whatever. I might be able to get over it. But if I was a dude, like I wouldn't though. When guys are like, I don't know, that girl could pass to me. I'm like, I don't nothing in my body. This is how I know I'm gay. My pheromone system turns off for lady boys.
Right,
Like
right.
I am so like, I don't think anything about him is attractive. Like I
That's-
see right through it. Like I will give
They're
me
trying to
like a woman for a woman.
Like, that's the thing is like they feel like if they exude that or pretend to be that it tricks the natural part of the other person's body or something. And maybe some people are dumb and they can be tricked. I don't know.
But it comes back down to pheromones and chemical, the hormonal reactions.
I'm not getting tricked. I'm telling you that
Well,
right now. I
well, I
cannot
think-
be tricked. Like,
I
You
think
hear
it all
that?
has to
All
do with
you
smell
mafia
it,
members
feel
out
it.
there. But there's a challenge. Jay just
No,
threw
that
his
is not
challenge.
a challenge.
You
Trust
see
me.
Jay out in public. He wants you to get as passable as you can.
No. You know, I don't know.
What
But
do they
that's-
win?
The dating world's real weird. Like I have this crazy like horror dating story, right? I met this girl one time at Subway just to eat and hang out, whatever. And it just blows my mind what people think is like socially acceptable or whatever. And like it started to make me feel kind of old fashioned for the first time, because people just feel like either, I don't know, entitled or everything they do is just acceptable. And there's no, I don't know. It's coming from more of an old fashioned. Anyways, me and this girl are eating Subway, right? And she's like chewing up her food, and we're kind of having a conversation, getting to know each other. And she's like, has a mouthful of food, right? And she's like,
did that earlier.
You want to see something cool? And I'm like, sure. And then she took her teeth right out with a big old like spit and food hanging from it. And she's like, look. And I was just in my brain. I paused. I was like those old school TV shows where they can pause it and address the audience,
You stepped out of you.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
thinking about all the
Your
different
brain did a thing.
ways I could respond.
Heard
right?
the record scratch.
I'm wondering how we got here.
I was like,
Yeah,
wow.
what
world is
happened?
this? Where am I?
What
You didn't
possessed
think-
her?
You didn't think
don't
gummy?
know.
You didn't think maybe I'll try a gummy blowy.
Oh, I think she's trying to.
No.
No, wait. That's what I'm saying. Now she's trying to
Especially
impress
the
you.
mouthful of
that what
food,
she
though.
Look
Like,
at
look.
Thomas right now
Is
with
that-
the wig. Yep.
She
gummy
was.
blowy.
That's what it was.
Ma,
She
no
was trying to
teeth.
turn you on.
That's the crazy part.
She
There's
was
people out
trying to
there
nail
that
you
would have
in with,
worked on
look
them. There's probably
look at
someone
what I
else
could do.
probably would have been like, oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
or whatever. I don't know.
No, they would have been like, "Oh shit, really? All right, let's get the fuck out of here. Show me what that mouth can do."
In my
Instantaneously.
world, that's risky. That's risky. But in this world, apparently that's
When Layla
totally
shoots him
fine.
up and drops lines like she's a thug in a club, those are my two favorite things. Like when Layla's gonna when she's shooting the sim triangles on the top, bat bat bat, or when she's like picking up a bitch in a club, like she has all the money, she has a bottle, has bottle service.
I'm telling you, if I were a dude, I'd be a millionaire with the biggest dick, with the biggest ego. I swear.
Sometimes I always say that's why, like, if we're on the highest possible timeline, I'm not a man because a few things. One, I would have probably a lot of baby mamas, some baby
Probably,
mama drama. I feel like this already. And I feel like I'm better in bed as a woman. I think about women so like their body. I would just come too quick with a penis. I just feel like it's easier for me to talk a big game without a dick. I feel like I just think women are so great. I'd be like, sorry again.
Depends on how long it's been.
Yeah, highest possible timeline this time around.
Yeah, I would
Maybe I
never
can
want
get
to
it together by
change
the next
my
lifetime.
my vagina for a penis.
I got a question on.
I could never do that.
If you name your vag or whatever, and then you transition, do you have to rename it
Huh. Do people
Dave
name their
Montana?
And
vaginas?
can you dead name your genitals? Like if you ran into like an old partner like
Oh,
years later, and then they're like, "So how's little
How's
Dave doing or
Spike?
something?" And it's like,
oh
"You
yeah,
can dead
that
name
I
my
don't
What,
dick."
like
call
a
it that
eulogy?
anymore.
Yeah,
You're
That
like, it's not Spike
Crow.
that
anymore.
dick
It's
is dead.
Sarah.
That dick is dead. We have new
That
dicks.
was a deep cut joke. If you heard it.
No, I didn't hear it.
Did I
Oh,
step
I
on it?
got
I'm
it.
sorry. Damn it.
No,
I
it's
hate stepping
okay.
on jokes.
It
I
was
was
meant
thinking
to be
about
stepped on.
how to lose a guy at 10 days and how she named his penis Kroll, or he named it Kroll. Kroll.
Growl.
Oh,
Yeah.
The big spiky thing.
I don't know. It's like Kroll. Like, oh.
so I have one more interesting story. It'll be my last one that I'll
I
share,
love it.
and it has lesbians.
Jeez.
Okay,
Awesome.
it's the first time I ever got high. It was when I first came to Colorado, and I was hanging up stuff in my new little studio apartment and everything. And right above me, I lived on the second floor. On the third floor, there was these girls that hung up like a big rainbow flag in their living room or whatever. And I was hanging up like I needed to hang up some curtains, but I didn't have a hammer. And the thought occurred to me, lesbians have hammers. I'm gonna go knock on their door and I'm gonna go see if I could use their hammer. And so I went upstairs and I knocked on the door, and the coolest chick I've ever met like answers the door. She's like totally wearing all this surfer gear type stuff. And I'm like, I've surfed. So I'm like, oh, are you surfing? She's like, that's just the image I portray. I don't surf, but blah, blah, blah. And we started talking, and she's like, you're cool. You should totally come up and get high with us. And I was like, I've never like done that, but screw it. Why not? Right. And so she's like, all right, come on up and we're going to get you super high. I was like, oh, all right. I was kind of nervous. So I go up there, and she was like pulling out all these different drawers and baggies and teaching me all the different, kinds of weed and stuff. And then she busted out this water bong, and her girlfriend and her just talking, and I'm kind of getting to know them at first. And I was nervous too, right? And so I was hitting this water bong pretty hard, and I'm like, I don't feel anything. I'm pretty sure I'm immune because I've never even done anything like that. So it probably doesn't even work on me. And they're like, you're fine. Just put it down and just hang out for a bit. And like 5 minutes later, they had this Beatles carpet on the wall where they were like walking across the street, and I'm like staring at this Beatles carpet, like watching it like it's a TV show or something, I'm like lost in this Beatles carpet. I'm like, wow, I'm just checking this Beatles carpet out, and I'm like looking into it and through it and all kinds of shit. And meanwhile, their voices turned into like the Charlie Brown teacher's voice, like wah, 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 just kind of talking. And then she's like, hey, and got my attention, right? So I look over towards this girl who's sitting right next to me, and it was just like this. My head looked that way.
Oh
and then
my
vision
God.
went
Same.
just like that,
Same.
right? And I was like, I started like giggling, and she's like, what's so funny? And then I'm like, oh my God. And I started laughing. And then I was like, man, I'm thirsty. I realized how thirsty I was. I was like, can I get some water? And I stood up for the first time. Oh my God. I walked over to her little cabinet, and I'm like trying to get a cup, and I fill it up with water, and I could feel this cold water go all the way in my body. I knew exactly where it was as it was rushing down. And I'm like, holy crap. And I'm just thinking like, what is going on?
What is
right
going
now?
on?
And then I was like, hey, is it supposed to feel like your body's on fire when this happens? And then they both go like, maybe you should go home. And then I went on the inside. I was like, what was that stuff? Or am I going to die? Are they just OD me and I'm going to die now? And they want me to go home and die at home? Oh my God. I was like paranoid and freaking out in my head. So I go downstairs in my home, and I'm just like, my heart's beating. I'm trying real hard to like calm myself and stuff. And I didn't know what to do. And I don't know anybody. So I called my mom, and my mom and I never talked about sex, never talked about drugs, nothing. Right. And I'm like, Mom, I promise you can hate me as much as you want and yell at me and be mad at me tomorrow, okay? But please tonight, I really need you to be nice to me, okay? Like my mom's like, what? And I'm like, here's what happened, Mom. And then I told her, and she starts laughing. She's like, don't worry, I've done that too. And I sobered up for like 3 seconds. I was like, you have? Like, she was like, yeah. And she was like on a date with some dude. She's like in the middle of the date. And she's like, I'm like, what do I do? Just tell me what to do. Like, am I gonna die?
Just relax.
You know? And she was like, well, are you hungry? And I'm like, yes. And she's like, well, make something to eat. And then what's your favorite movie? I'm like, Goonies. And she's like, go put Goonies on, have something to eat. And if you don't feel better by the time it's over, just give me a call back. Right. So I lay down on the couch and I ate all kinds of crap. And then I lay down on the couch and I'm like, Goonies credits are rolling at the beginning of the movie. Right. And my eyes are like, and I'm like, you're going to go into a coma. You're going to not wake up. Right. And my eyes are shutting and I'm like, I don't want to sleep right now. I don't want to sleep right now. And like, I started making deals with myself. I'm like,
that's usually the first smoker experience. Yeah. Like that turning of like when you turn your like vision and your whole, or you look that way and your body follows. That happens to everybody. It's like some kind of morph that happens in your.
This is what else happened
because
too.
I'm like very analytical, and I notice changes in my chemistry, or anything. Like, I have caffeine, and I'm like,
Jay in the
oh man, I gotta calm
stairwell.
down.
They start talking about weird shit, and they're like, "What? This guy knows weird shit. He should come up and smoke." And then you should come smoke. And then he's like, I never smoked. And you're like, you think about it. And then you're like, how bad could it be? I show up at the door with Jay and I'm like, hey, babe, I just brought this dude from the apartment stairwell up to smoke. And she's like, what? Oh, nice to meet you. And then I'm sitting there and smoking and we're chilling, smoking. And then he gets caught in the carpet and he's doing whatever. And she's like, who is he? Where did you meet him? And I'm like, in the stairwell though, but we were talking about 9/11 and stuff. He's cool. And like he doesn't smoke though that much. And then do you want some water? Water, cool. Then Jay says, are you supposed to feel all hot inside? Then one of the two ladies is like, this guy thinks it's about to be Penthouse Forum. Get him the fuck out of this apartment right now.
Oh man.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
And so you weren't even meaning it. But you're like, are you supposed to feel all fire in the inside?
Shit, yeah. It probably could.
They're like, what?
Yeah,
I didn't mean that though. I meant like I thought my organs were warming up.
Then the other lesbian
when he said that low key, I thought that instantly. I was like, wait a minute, that's like something like, wait, you trying to push a move or something?
Yeah. So then one of the lesbians was like, oh, I thought we were just gonna chill and talk conspiracies and smoke weed. This guy that I just met thought he was gonna come up and get lesbian Penthouse Forum.
Oh snap! And I thought they were trying to. I thought I was gonna die, and they thought I was trying to hook up. Oh man!
I know, and they probably ordered pizza and watched Goonies, and you would have been just fine sitting there.
Probably, yeah.
They were
the first smoke
like
is the worst.
Racist, sexist. They were straightest against you.
Oh no!
They were like, yeah, that's some gay hate right there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be one of those old ladies that are going to, like, the old grandmas or old aunts. Hey, marijuana. You want to smoke? I'll be like their first smoker, like to smoke with. Like I will be that grandma or old auntie or whatever. Because the first experience of a smoker, like first smoking, is like the best experience to observe. I fucking love it. Like the reaction of the person, the trance state that they get into, the weird realms that they think that they're in. Some even go silent and stone cold. And I'm just like, yo, this is fucking fascinating. Like some don't even move.
A pot
like,
shaman.
You guys know that I forgot what the movie was, but it's like a predominantly black movie where like the mom's like a witch or something, and then he's on the couch and he's just stuck. Like she makes him stare, and then he like sinks into the couch and he just keeps on like falling, but he sees himself way up there. You know that movie?
Well, I don't know the movie, but that's what
that
crap
happened to me, man.
Yeah.
I was way too high one time, and that I was like I was in here in my mind in a far away place or some shit, and like shit was happening out here, and I could not respond to it. I was like way in a tunnel somewhere, like watching crap happen.
Wow.
And then my heart started beating because I'm like, I realized I cannot move right now. Like I was stuck.
Yeah,
just like that dude in the couch.
I love those moments sometimes, though.
I got myself so high on RSO tincture, I felt singularity. Like singularity,
Really?
like it was the scariest moment of any drug I've ever taken. Like it was the most ego breaking of any drug I've ever taken.
I thought I was gonna be a badass one day because, like, I don't know, I could go through like 2 or 3 grams of concentrate if I really put my heart to it in a day without really flinching. So one day I was like, I'm gonna do that. Why don't I just get like 1,000 milligrams of RSO? It was like $20-$30 max,
What
and
is
that would be
RSO?
way cheaper.
Rick
So I
Simpson
went
oil.
through it. I went through the
Oh.
whole 1,000 milligrams of RSO, and like 4 or 5 hours later, I was just crying. Like, I wasn't sad about anything, but my body was going through the same motions as if like someone just died. Like, I was like,
Oh
Like
wow.
a purging,
feeling
like
like
grief purge.
some deep, like horrible,
Yeah.
like sadness, but it like there wasn't a reason for it, and it was 100% just from the RSO.
And it's all
Mm.
the way sadness. It's like the amount of I hit such a low place that it was the lowest place of my entire chemo cancer experience.
Oh.
Like, it was the scariest place I ever went to in my whole existence.
That
Like,
was
out
like
of
the being
every
one
drug,
feeling.
it was Singularity first, but
Okay.
because of the singularity of it all, everything in your life leads up to the moment of right now. But then it's everybody knows, everybody's there, like a character setting you up for your now.
Mm.
Like, in a way that they already know their part. They're just setting you up for your now. And whatever your future is, everybody around you already knows it. They already see your intention line. Everybody humors you with whatever rhetoric comes out of your mouth. But everybody around you already knows your future. They know if you're going to die or not. They know if you're going to succeed or not. They know if you're going to, whatever the thing is, everyone around you already knows. And so it was like the singularity of like coming to terms with how many moments led up to this moment that everybody already fucking knew. And it was just like almost like an eyes wide shut experience of my whole life. Like, I was the only one without the mask on. Everybody else was just playing a part in a Truman Show type way. But we're all
Yeah.
doing it for each other, and it was fucking it's
Mm.
fucking there's too much to put on it because that's the nice way of saying it. Part of
Yeah.
the singularity, because I also got visited by the suicide demon, which is far different than depression. And
Mhm.
I had been visited once by the suicide demon on mushrooms. I asked to be visited by it to have empathy for it. And on the RSO, the suicide demon decided to tell me the what's what. Like, the suicide demon in the singularity of it all was like, I don't even know if I want to sell the suicide demon out loud. I feel like it gives the suicide demon too much power. I feel like
Right,
it's
right.
something on a
Yes.
one-on-one in person because it's just too, I don't want to ever be the words that repeat inside somebody's head.
Yeah.
But just know those words aren't you. And if we ever meet in person and we ever talk about this, I might share it. But it isn't you saying those things. It's mocking you. But the things that it says is the cruelest things that I don't even want to say it because I never thought them before. You know how you think you can think of every possible scenario and every possible word, and you think you've been like, I could say some mean things. I got a nasty tongue. You're not the suicide demon. And so I know that whatever was in my head was not of me. I never thought those
Mhm.
things before. It was cruel,
Mhm.
like in a way
Yeah.
that I can't explain, like heartless in a way I
Yeah.
can't explain, cold in a way I can't explain. And it wasn't me, but it sounded a lot like me.
Mm.
Okay, so the chat, a couple people are like, I've
Mm.
never heard of the suicide
Mm.
demon and what the hell is it? But basically, like any emotion or feeling or intense thing is an energetic structure. So, she's calling it a demon, but it kind of is. It's its own entity, So she's
I
not
call it its own
saying that
entity, like the same way people say like devil, Jesus, like they just separate things. But I just think every
it's
single
different than
voice
depression.
that's
Yeah.
inside your head, every single thing, every thought that you have is not of you. None of them. You sit at the throne in the center, and every thought that comes by you, every emotion, every feeling is not of you. it is produced on the outside of you. So sometimes it's from your angel, and sometimes it's from your devil, and sometimes it's from your devil with a fake voice pretending it's your angel. And this is an infinite amount of voices. You can put whatever esoteric thing you want on it, but you are not your thoughts. And so sometimes the darkness in your thoughts is going to stay there and hang out in the throne room with you until you put it to death. You have to sit with it, you have to kill it, and you have to honor it. It sucks. And sometimes they're like prattling ideas that you have, or like things that you have to sit and like honor them by writing them down. Otherwise, they're just clouding up what's going on in there. You're trying to get a real idea through, or a real process through, but you like, I need to make sure I pick up my dog's food from the vet, and I need to go and do this on Tuesday. And oh, that was a really good idea I had once about that thing. But all these thoughts that you're not writing down or putting anywhere are just noise in your head, frequency in your head. So it's like you can't observe and be actual intentional with honoring these thoughts. So sometimes the thoughts are mean and depressive, and depression is different than suicidal. And that is what people think long depression becomes suicidal. Nope. Suicidal is suicidal. Sad is sad. Depression's depression. It's like they're all very different things. And some people can be sad their whole fucking life. They're fucking Eeyore to be around. They're an energy vampire. They're never going to kill themselves. They're never going to kill themselves. Some people will never fucking say a word. They never fucking say a word. And then they'll just take their own life. Like, it's like the suicide demon, I think, and there's like the Shinigami, the Japanese talk about it, that it jumps on you like the movie Fallen. Like it wants you to either hang yourself or take a bunch of pills and OD, because that's the longest your flesh can stay warm so it can jump again. And so they talk about this spirit that it is not of you. And so when you become a very present person, when you meditate a lot, pray a lot, start getting good at hearing the sound of your own voice in your head, then you realize that's not of you. You realize sometimes when you're sad, that's not of you. Sometimes when you're mad, that's not of you. Sometimes when you're just like, oh my God, girl, I love you. You're my best friend. That's not of you. You don't even like that bitch. Why are you saying that? You're LARPing into this character. Or sometimes you say things to your mom like, I really thought the most blasphemous thing I ever did in my life was tell my mom, God told me to tell you not to get something I'm not allowed to say on here because I'll get taken down. God told me to tell you that. And I felt blasphemous. I didn't even believe what she believed, but I felt like I lied. And then I was like, oh, when God puts something on your heart, that's what it feels like. You go against what the TV says. You go against what the media says. You go against what everyone around you, even if they're going to hate you, to say, Mom, don't do it. Don't do it. I don't care what they say. And so I'm like, that's what that feeling is.
And then they demonize you. And that's
then they demonize you.
Jim Belushi had this similar experience when he was shipping on, I think it was peyote. He said that he went into wherever the trip took him, and it took him into like a room, which was in his head, like it was in his head, and within himself, and it said it looked like a chair room, where it's like a meeting table, and they had a chair, the main person and everybody else surrounding, but you had the head of the table. He said, whatever your experience is, whether it's fear jumps in and sits in the seat, in the driver's seat. So that fear, the demon, fear demon sits in that driver's seat. If it's sadness, the sadness demon sits in the driver's seat. It just takes up and takes control. And he said that he experienced each of these entities within himself, and he learned how to put himself in the driver's seat and not let those demons have control. He is aware of their existence, but he said, is aware of his own voice rather the voices of all those thoughts that he hears in his head. Exactly how you explained it, like to the T.
Yeah.
But he experienced that in a trip.
That sounds like that movie Split. Have you guys seen Split?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
And I think it's so, I always go back to it. It's like
I was just
with the
thinking about that.
adrenochrome and the Britney Spears of it all. Like with the way they are messing with these celebrities, I think it's to this level. Sorry, what were you going to say about Split?
Just that, like that, they would have like one entity take the light. I think that's how he described it. Like I take the light, and so I'm in charge, and I'm sort of, the forefront of the mind or what the person's focusing on or whatever. And then there's the beast, which would be like, the demonic type entity, I guess you could interpret that as or whatever. But the beast was really interesting in that, just because, like, to me, sometimes I see like Hollywood tries to portray something that everyone I know is going to be like, oh, that's bad, that's evil or whatever, like the beast in this movie. But I liked the beast because at the end, it didn't hurt that girl. Like, remember when he was like pulling the bars open and he was about to get her, and then he saw the scars all over her body and stuff, and he's like, you're broken, you're blessed, and he just like walked away and left her alone. You know what I mean?
Wow. I need to watch that.
It's great. You have to watch it with Mr. Glass and with Unbreakable. You have to watch all three of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Finish Glass.
They're so
I've never
good.
seen any of
they're
them.
really
It's
good.
interesting.
You have to do it. The order is Unbreakable, then
Unbreakable.
Mr. Glass, then Split.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, really?
No.
They-
Unbreakable,
Glass was
Split, then
last,
Mr.
wasn't it?
Glass.
Yeah.
Oh, Glass
Yeah.
was the last one?
Glass
Okay.
was last. Yeah.
Okay.
Glass is last. But I also think it's interesting. Lindsay Sharman says that we think that whatever the evil they is on the planet, we're under the assumption that they want our light. Like they're trying to steal our angel. And she says they don't want our angel. Our angel has no power. Our angel's just a little driver. Our daemon is the train. They want our trains. Like they want to sever our drivers from our trains. All of our power comes from our daemon. It's our controlling our daemon that makes the world a better place. Like us controlling that. That's our our ego that thinks I have the best idea that can make this world a better place. Like that really does sometimes. That's your daemon, but if it doesn't have your light as a driver, it's where's it going? It can be, that's where power comes in and like greed and all these other things. And so it's like sometimes like I like that idea that they don't give a shit about your light. You take your light and do whatever you want with it. They want your darkness.
Don't people who practice angel magic and demon magic talk about how psychotic and scary fucking angels are? And like that you shouldn't fuck with them and you shouldn't
You
mess with them and
shouldn't.
shouldn't really like taking their name in vain because they don't like that shit. And like messing with them, it's like, how they describe it in the Bible, how they look like the seraphim and the different shapes of them, and they're terrifying. So, like, what if this idea of us having this angel and how they depict them is like kind of fucking with our idea of what angels really are? Because demons are scary looking motherfuckers according to like demonology, but angels, they have different types of depictions, and the ones that we're usually shown are like these heavenly, peaceful
Well, there was
looking,
one
like,
beautiful angel.
yeah,
One
there you
very
go.
beautiful angel.
There you go.
Are we talking
So
about Britney
it's
Spears
like-
again?
The most
So-
beautiful angel of them all.
On top of
So-
your Christmas tree.
Well,
I
I don't
don't
know.
know.
Wasn't Lucifer the most beautiful angel of
Lucifer.
them all?
Yeah, Lucifer.
I don't know if it was necessarily beauty. He was like the most favored or whatever. Who's the favorite?
In that show Good Omens, I don't know if you guys have seen that one, but it depicts like angels and demons, and it's sort of, it shows like what's happening with them instead of humans or whatever. Humans are just kind of casually shown, but it's all about the life of angels and demons, and they show both of them as being equally screwed up and messed up and
Yeah.
bad. Basically, like when they show the angels, like they feel like they're in charge and they're doing the right thing, but they're just convinced in their own mind, and really they're just controlling and manipulating humanity or whatever. And then the demons are down there and they're basically doing the exact same thing, and they're at war with each other over like controlling the humans or whatever.
It's
Yeah.
polarization. It's still duality.
They're
and it's
made
still,
of fire, yeah, but it's just different fire, different types of fire, supposedly. Isn't that
It's a swing
what
of a pendulum.
angels and demons are? Yeah, they're fire, both made of fire.
I thought demons were of fire and angels were ethereal. They were of air.
I heard they were both fire, but
I mean, it could be the same if you're they
Well, I
can
thought it was
fire
all
like plasma.
elemental. Like we're of mud, so it's earth, wind, fire, water always. Like so elementally, the demons are of fire, we're of mud, angels are ethereal, and then there has to be a myrrh element.
Yeah, but that would be like earthly fire from below, and then the angelic fires are those above. So I look at it through plasma and electromagnetics and whatnot. So you'd have like the angelic gases and stuff that ionize and resonate according to their nature, and then you'd have the terrestrial gases and even inner earth gases and stuff that that ionize and they have their own nature. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how they depict it in the Quran. Like they're just made of different type of fire, but they're a type of like flame. Doesn't mean they're necessarily the same type of fire. One's red and one's blue or something like that, or one's gold and I
Yeah.
forgot the color of it, but they're
I
just
think that's why
different
the jinn
colors.
are smokeless, is because it's not actual fire that's
Fire.
burning a substance, but that it's
Mhm.
ionization of gases that doesn't produce any smoke. You know, it's just light.
Yes. Yes.
Doesn't the
Interesting.
idea of a smokeless
Yeah.
fire or like a prism or shapeshifter reptilian, doesn't it all seem like it could be the exact same thing? Like you're just trying to explain something with modern words that looks like it's wearing cloaking technology in front of you. Or like it's changing like
Yeah.
an octopus or it's pearlescent. Doesn't it all seem like ways that you'd be trying so hard to be like, they were like fiery, but it wasn't with smoke? Like every way that people would try to be like, but was it also this? You'd be like, yeah, but it wasn't like that. Like, you know, people would be like, you'd be like, it was, you know, fire, and they'd be trying to explain like red fire, no, like
Yeah.
blue fire, yeah, but no, like everything would be a yeah, but no. If
I
you were
think
trying to explain something that, you know, where people are like my light body, like if you turned
Right.
into your light body, you would look like smokeless fire.
I think there's a spectrum to like people's perspective and how they interact with like you know, spiritual entities or electromagnetic entities or ghosts or whatever. And then those are certainly capable of like shape shifting or whatever. Plasma actually comes from the word that's related to like plastic and moldable objects and things that can change shape, and that's really what it means is shapeshifters, plasma. And like a ghost is in like Ghostbusters is called ectoplasm, which is outside plasma. That's really what it means, and it's outside of the body. It's not in a container. You know what I mean? So it's a ghost, basically. It's spirit form that's outside, and that's what's strange to us because within this world, it's designed, or it seems like it's designed in a way to really experience it and get the most out of it by being in a vessel. And so they're like wandering spirits or whatever until they're incorporated or put into a body and put into a vessel. You know what I mean?
Yep. The free will is the weight of the flesh.
But it's really interesting to read all the different stories about like demons and angels and what they've done and how they've influenced things. There's a really interesting story about how an angel manipulated Moses to give him his stutter. Whenever Moses was a child, there was a prophecy. He was like a toddler, and they brought him before the Pharaoh. And the Pharaoh was given a prophecy by Janus and Jambres, which were his like wise men and sorcerers. And they said, this boy's going to grow up and end your dynasty. And he said, okay, well, let's test him. So they put like a ruby in front of him, and they put a glowing hot coal in front of him. And he said, if he's wise, he'll reach for the ruby. If he's just a commoner, then he'll reach for the hot coal because he's stupid, you know? So at first, Moses went to go reach for the ruby, but an angel was there and grabbed his hand and made him pick up the hot coal and touched it to his lips, which gave him like a, you know, distorted his face or whatever. So the tradition was that Moses had a speech impediment because of this incident when he burned his lips on the hot coal because of the angel.
Is this what happened to Joe Biden too?
And
I
the
don't
weird
know.
part is Moses' name was actually Moses.
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 So if angels are
Moses
really
was
that
fabulous.
psychotic, then, and this is my question to the Muslim world: if it's true that angels like to, you know, tap in with humans and try to control humans as demons, as above, so below, whatever, you Muslims out there, I was born Muslim, but do I follow the faith? No, because I don't know what's true. Here's the question for you. Gabriel gave the word of God to Muhammad. So if angels like to like dabble in with humans and have control over humans, can you even trust the angels at this point? Like you can't trust humans, you can't trust angels. So what is the true word of God then? Like
I have
that's
a
how
question. Like the cops, do you if you ask an angel if it's a good angel or a bad angel, does it have to tell you? Like, how do I know
I
what
hear
it's
good
giving
witch
me
or bad
is
witch.
yeah, like if Muhammad got visited
Right.
by Gabriel, how I
Gay.
can't
No.
like is it somehow weird if
Gabriel.
I Gabriel is it somehow
Gabriel.
could I have been really like
I would say no. I'm gonna
a
say no.
different angel and then just be like,
Nope.
"Hey,
No
I'm
obligation.
Chaney, but I'm just telling Mohammed my name is Gabriel."
No. Traditionally, they would say to test the spirits. That just
yeah.
blind belief,
Right.
blind faith, just blindly following any spirit, good or bad, is unwise on our part. But to test them to see what their actions betray, which is their vibration.
Hmm. I don't
I
know, it's
would,
just interesting to me.
unless your life depends on it, then go with what you vibe with, is what I would say. But you
Yeah. I'm not
gotta test
saying
them.
like that Gabriel gave the wrong message, but I'm just going into the idea as
Would
if
you call him
angels
Fagriel?
I was just thinking, like, would I
you
be
know,
pissed if I were Gabriel?
because
Would I think
like
it's
there's a
funny?
third party in the play here. It's not coming directly from God, but it came from the angel, you know? And yeah, it
Hmm.
works for God, but like since they like to dabble with humans, so shows history or whatever, or whatever text we got this information from.
What about if humans are flaw? Is that we're really easy to lie to, and we're easy to lie to again and again. Like we want to be trusting. Like what about if it's
Yes.
just a flaw we have? It like deep
Right.
down, we want to believe everybody is good. And that's
Yeah,
why we
there's
keep
a flaw.
getting like it's
Fucked
almost
over.
like when you look at the ancient stories of the Atlanteans, how they had like a 12-year-old girl spirit, and then there was all these other older energies like on in the realm. And so it's almost like we just our human energy is so young and naive overall that we just
Yes.
fall for it again and again because we want to believe the best in something.
Yes. Oh
Yeah.
my God. I
Yeah.
totally vibe with that. And I've tried to talk about that on my channel so many times, but it's not well received. So I talk about, I oftentimes like share my thoughts about, Freemasonic symbolism and why they do the things they do. And I try to present a more balanced approach instead of just demonizing Freemasons and Masons and all of it and just saying they're all evil because some guy has an island that bad stuff happens on or whatever. Like I don't do that. Like I know that there's good and bad, there's positive and negatives in all things. So I talk about the concept of violating people's right to be ignorant and to just purposefully be willingly ignorant or stupid or unaware or whatever. Um, and so, you know, like I had this one thing I was talking about the two Illuminati, and God, everybody hated that one. Like that one and the Georgia Guidestones, people hated those ones because I have way different views about both of them. But I'm making the case. Listen, like if I know the deepest secrets of the world or whatever, and I know that the world is untrustworthy and doesn't hold themselves accountable and is disrespectful and toxic and etc. And they're out there just demanding, like, you need to tell us your secrets. You know, why are you keeping secrets? You're bad. You're evil. And I'm looking at all the evil, screwed up, toxic, messed up people calling me evil. And I know that if I give them certain information, they're going to make a bomb and blow themselves up or whatever it may be. You know what I mean? It could be all kinds of different information. I might keep a secret. I might not tell these people, you know, for example, like I talk about the apocalypse and people are, like, well, where's the safe place? And I'm like, I don't know you. Like, I don't know. I want you to populate the world to come in paradise. You know, like there's a lot of toxic, negative crap out there or whatever. But I just wanted to comment on like how people, like, who can you trust is really yourself. Like, I can trust myself, and then I can trust my feelings that I get from others, which manifests in their frequency, vibration, emotion, actions,
Another analogy I've heard of an analogy on this one, but it's just like if your great grandpa passed down an heirloom and you want to pass it down to your kid, do you give them like this crystal, bowl heirloom when they're like 4 years old and their favorite thing to do was just like beat things with hammers, or do you wait until they're like 20 or 30 and they're settled down and they've got some shit going on, and then you're like, hey, by the way, here's this precious heirloom that was like passed down from our ancestors. So part of it, I mean, it's a little bit of a gatekeeping aspect, but it's kind of like you're going to get it eventually, but maybe you can't handle it when you're running around beating shit with hammers for fun.
Yeah. But when you think about the whole trust aspect of it, but you can also be easily deceived. And it brings me back to this movie or show that I watched was called Childhood's End. Like all these things that this devil-looking being that came from God knows where, comes and heals everybody like in an instant. Everyone's healed. Everyone's living longer. Everyone's not even eating meat anymore and just vegetarians and vegan and whatever and living long and no fucking corruption or any of that. And it's like literally like the golden age where everyone's living in the fucking like Garden of Eden and everybody's just happy and not working, and all of a sudden come to find out they put so much trust in this being that was doing all this good to find out that the whole world is gonna like die like in an instant, blow it up, like they came to destroy this planet. And it's just
those
like,
beings
wow,
look like the stereotypical devils.
yeah. It was just like, okay, you
I'm a
can
devil, I'm a bad
be
little bitch, I'm a
promised
rebel.
so many things, but at what cost? Like, at what cost? Take away your children. Like, that fucking show was sick. That show was fucking sick. If you haven't seen it, it's a 3-episode series, 2 hours long each episode. Y'all, it blew my mind. A lot of like biblical shit in there as well, and like even Quranic shit. Like, I was just like, what the fuck? This is fucking mind blowing. Like, what if, but again, it's just a show.
Also there's a short story too. I read it when I was in high school. And
Yeah.
it's the whole frog in a pot concept where those aliens came down and they just made small gradual changes over time that people got used to, and then they didn't see the extreme difference between when those aliens arrived and when they were in charge. Over time they had just slowly integrated themselves or whatever. Really good story.
Yeah.
Jay, I hope you come back and hang out with us.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
We could talk all night,
Yeah,
but
okay.
unfortunately, we all have to bid you adieu, you guys.
Yeah. I gotta go to bed too.
I have to worky in the morning.
This was a fun episode, y'all. I
It
had
was
so much fun.
awesome.
I love you guys.
I love you guys. It's
That's so
super
gay,
fun.
y'all.
Do you guys have anything to
not
plug
gay.
this week? Jay, you have anything fun coming up this week? And you guys can all find Jay. His link is on the channel. So if you don't already like and subscribe and follow, make sure you do. Do you have anything fun going on?
Tomorrow I'll probably do Masterpiece Mad Libs on my channel, and then Sunday I do Truth in Movies, and then right now I'm working on this new part of my website where one's called The Vault, where I keep sensitive, controversial, conspiratorial type topics and information, and then the other one I'm going to work on is called The Attic, and that's more like conspiracies of yesteryear, like the moon landing and JFK, and like old conspiracies that people kind of forgot about if they're younger.
Awesome.
Nice.
Thomas, what do you got going on?
NASAcomic.com is going to be the big one that I'm going to be focused on for the next month or so. So that's my 40-page comic about Stanley Kubrick directing the moon landings at NASAcomic.com.
Wow.
I think this is awesome. So you guys make sure you find everything. Layla, go ahead.
I was gonna say he's getting out of his like globe like theory of it all and like exposing NASA slowly and like,
Slowly,
you know,
he's working his
slowly
way.
is working his
Oh,
way up there.
I've always contested the moon footage.
I
I've
know,
always
I'm
thought
just
that the
pulling
moon
your
footage
leg.
is fake.
I don't know if you noticed Gordy tonight too said oblique sphere. He's already moving out of the globe, like slowly.
I know.
It's not. It wasn't just a round bitch anymore.
I love that you call me NASA lover too. Like I should wear my shirt, get my tattoo.
Well, if we
show
all
you
did
guys
a
my-
gay show, we can all do a NASA show one time and all wear a NASA stuff.
Yeah, I'll
I
show
mean,
my
it's all one and the same.
World
We are-
Space credentials.
Okay.
It all feels gay to me. Well, I love you guys. Make sure you go to Blue Collar
Love you,
Mystics. Abby,
fags.
you have your last episode right over there for transurfing. No, you're not talking.
Yeah,
Anyways, I'll say it.
there's two episodes left actually because we didn't podcast on Tuesday. So
2 episodes left over on Blue Collar Mystics. If you want to hear Abby and Bootsy not talk about the trans agenda, they're talking about transurfing, and
That's when you go into a crowd of trans agenda, but you like crowd surf them.
yeah, exactly. Get really high up there. Some of them bitches are tall.
We love you guys. Thank you for hanging
love you
out
guys.
so long with us, being silly as always, and we will see you next time. Bye bye.
Britney Spears, can we be saved? God, why is Satan controlling the universe?
Constantly explore the room of possibilities come true. So what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Which is where us bigger mistakes, entertaining, calling linguists, good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies, intentionally, magically good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Which is where the mischief making. It's okay to change your thinking, good guys. Good guys, good guys.
Oh, Mommy, I got my pasta. Please, and run to me and let me see. Oh, she's a bunny, y'all. She's a bunny this morning. Come here, bunny girl. Come here, bunny girl. Oh, I'm so fast, Mommy. Beautiful bunnies. Hi. Okay, of course she's starving for the most attention because she's the youngest. Oh, give me attention, please. Now, Sarah, you're very stuck up. And you're too cool for school, I get it. Jesus Christ,